I think that's the way we'll put it, especially with Scream having a rifle in this round. There was some real danger, and especially with the aggression off of Yumpy. I think Liquid are already showing that they're very much willing to try and get up in the face of their opponents, try and get off to that solid early start.
Now look at that stat down the bottom. Undefeated on Breeze, our team Liquid. Stage 2, LCQ, and Champions. It's been a strong map for them, and we've discussed this over on the desk. You know, there's ways to see this in both directions. But if Optic take this map, Team Liquid are in hot water coming onto Bind. This is definitely where they want to start strong, and we've seen their bonus round, a little bit of damage. This is where things are really decided, though.
Yeah, an operator already for Yumpy. And look at where Scream has already pushed. He is all the way down mid. So deep within the round. The same can be said for Yumpy. So they're getting so much early information. Look at this full rotation. 3 players already on the A site once again, and they're throwing in utility just to try and slow them down.
And Yumpy has a great teleport to bring him back. I mean, currently catching any sort of lurks that could go into play, but if he needs to leave, if they desperately need some help on that A site, he can be there pretty quickly. It looks like Optic will be committing to this late, except 3 players now starting to shift back towards the spawn. And they didn't make any ground up, but 55 seconds left. There's so much of the map on the way back. Hoping that at some point, Team Liquid have pushed up and given them a duel that they can take.
Well, the danger as well is you have to bear in mind that on the other side of things, Navira still has pretty much all of his utility. He can throw those snake bites down, so the later you run in, the more vulnerable you're going to be going through. He's just placed the fires, and Yumpy's just lined them up with a double. That couldn't have gone any worse. 30 seconds left for Optic to try and find a way back in.
He waited to catch the lurk for so long. The patience pays off. Optic on their buy round here in a bit of hot water. 20 seconds on the clock. Spikes down in spawn, and they've got to save. There's no chance for them to get anywhere near a site. One shot, and that destroys and dismantles Optic's plans.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to throw in a faster round in the next, because what Team Liquid are currently doing, they're taking a lot of early back control. They're using the utility of their initiators to consistently get them information, but also because they're finding that info early, you had Yumpy all the way deep in towards Elbow. You had Scream still close A. They didn't push any of those players back. They didn't clear any of the positions, and because of that, they didn't use any utility. So you still had both snake bites with 30 seconds left. You can't allow that to happen, and I think that FNS or Finesse is someone who's going to adapt very quickly into this game.
Absolutely. Well, he will need to. 3-1 down. As we said, Optic want to come out swinging on this attack side, and already they've been stalled. Still some credits in the bank with that save, so they can buy up right here and now. Looks like we're going to have a push from both teams in towards middle. Right up in their face! Victor's got one! The trade, though! It doesn't come through! Navera is able to capitalize on another, and Optic again run head first into a brick wall. They've got to pump the brakes. And with 1:20 on the clock, they've got the man disadvantage, plenty of time still to work with. But they need to make some sort of an advantage come from that early duel.
But that's the thing, Liquid's reads so far have been fantastic. They had 3 players stacked up at the beginning of the round waiting for a fast-paced push. Marv, though, he might be able to turn things here. It's patient, and actually Demon Sigma is going to land the headshot. The remaining 2 towards that B site. The trap will likely give away the information, while then, Yumpy is alone.
He's got that op in hand, though. It's won the round with a single shot already, one fired off, a target not found, and he rightly disengages. Indeed, I think through the wall, perhaps. Either way, though, they concede the plan. A wise choice. He doesn't want to give his life for a little bit of extra damage and maybe give an operator over to them. FNS, though, he goes for his own little bit of control, finding his first. But that's where it ends. The clutch for Crashies, the 1v3. And the time really not on his side. There's still plenty left for Liquid to play with.
He needs to isolate a duel, and he needs to do. He's heard the initial steps. Nice shot on the first. A chance to isolate. Another is going to be the second.
Nice! Jump kill!
Be just about fast enough. I think any other player, and he might have missed that shot, and it could have been all over. Crashies in clutch situations, ever dangerous. And Liquid from a commanding position, scrape through.
But it's enough, Tom. All they needed was the round win. It didn't matter. Love the target selection from this man, the jump peek for the information. So nasty.
As said, 9 out of 10 players, 99 out of 100, they're not hitting that shot. And the second you shoot, by the way, he swings and kills you.
Game
Like,
की
you don't
sound सही है क्या?
actually,
या
Game on
ज़्यादा
turn.
maybe
तेज
Yumpy
है?
head unders him. Anybody else, they swing
Anyone
and kill
else,
him.
exactly. 4-1, and this is where we start to see the fallout from that previous round. Optic came so close, but they didn't get the reward, and now pistols in play, light weapons. They'll pace it up to the side.
never
The screen
mind.
is ready.
Never mind.
He caught them last time in the double doors. He was the one to take the bullets from Victor. This time he returns to sender, with Optic losing their main man to entry.
What the fuck?
Little wall bang through the smoke, I'll take it.
But the thing as well, this is always the problem with running a Neon comp. The follow-up is normally quite far behind.
You can
And
wall
it's
bang there?
something that I also
Oh.
think Fnatic had troubles with. It was just that Alfio was getting double entries every single time. Like, that's not something that's repeatable. And as of right now, there was nobody able to get into the site quick enough behind Victor. Now, bear in mind as well, he was the only person with a gun.
Oh, wow, look at that for Solkus. Well handled, the pistol now taken down as Finesse won't even get near a rifle in this round. Last man alive, he had 5 bullets to start this, now 4 in the chamber. And it's the chamber of the other side to close it. Only 2 losses for Team
Yampy
Liquid, a
boy.
5-1 start on the defense. This is looking scary for North America.
Yeah, and they're going to take a timeout. 5 ultimates online, so much to play with going into the next round. There is, of course, a few on the other side. Tour de Force unlikely to be used, but I'm more looking at that null command. Maybe they run it back to try and just basically discombobulate this next purchase. Because that's the thing you want to do in these sort of rounds. You know that Optic are going to be talking this over. Probably trying to calm things down, because I think a lot of these last rounds, they've been blitzed by individual players, like a collapse shot coming out from Yumpy. There's not so much you can do about that. Screen peeking into the fast lane to just get that opener and ruin your take. You want to try and calm everything. Whereas on the other side, they have an ultimate which does the polar opposite. You have a plan, you want to try and do something, I'm going to run at you with no risk and I'm screwed.
Regardless of
Discord
what
पे
the
बुला रहा
play
हूँ
has
मैं.
been, Victor's had no success on those early dashes. Whether it's taking the space, but the reality is you've got to follow up on it. And the only successful duel, not opening duel, I mean just duel in general, that he has had was onto Scream, which if you recall, ended up in a 2-1 trade anyway.
Well, yeah, it was traded in 0.5 of a second, so it wasn't... that's the thing, again, I think people have to realize with this composition, the focus isn't necessarily Victor in terms of kills.
For sure.
Like, he is taking a huge risk. There has to be something to follow up, and that's the issue I've had so far. Is
hasn't been there.
The follow-up hasn't been there.
I would say
that's really difficult to do with this sort of composition.
I would say pretty much every duel, every space taking has been perfectly countered by Team Liquid. Every step of the way.
They've had
the
good
fact
reads.
that Scream's waiting on B in the previous round for them even.
Well, look at Yumpy now. Look at where he's going. Deep B control already taken. The knife going to clear a little bit further.
Oi, PL के fans तो
how
हैं.
confident Team Liquid are in this space taking. And while the build-up begins on the other side of the map, he can lock down all the way in towards the spawn. This is already such a terrifying prospect for Optic, who don't know how much ground they've lost.
Bro,
this is
Yampy
tough.
की positioning
We
देख.
still have Scream waiting around
इनको
here to
A
watch
ही
for the
जाना
mid
पड़ेगा.
push. Means Doors is maybe a little bit weakened, but Optic don't know this. They don't know that that's the lighter part of the map, that mid is where the space is
इसने हेल्प क्यों नहीं
free to
मारी?
be
I think
taken.
that drone might have actually seen 3 people. That was so much information garnered on the side of Optic. It's whether or not they can actually capitalize off it. Yay, with that Tour de Force ready and waiting, but a 4th player has already rotated in just because of Yumpy's position.
Yeah, he was waiting.
Ult मार
Now
मार
that
दे.
wall goes up and it's blocking him out. Time wasting away. Victor needs to make a move, and as he does, he's going to be so vulnerable. Scream with the first. They reset to the back of sight. Hunter's Fury looking for them, trying to take them down, but it's cancelled out. There's nothing to be seen here for Optic. No advantages to be gained. Scream, he'll go down in the ult and be caught by Marv. But a 4v2 crashes on 10 HP. It seems impossible for Optic. They need a hero. Crashies does well to find the first, but Marv has to find a way out.
Oh, okay.
The rolling thunder command, the swing!
Nice
Crashies
sight,
has
bye.
three. The spike can be retrieved, and the round might still be up for grabs.
नहीं.
That's the first shot. Last player incredibly low. It's on to Crashies again. He should get the little bit of information, knowing exactly where his opponent will be. But can he finish off the round? He started. No, he cannot. Once again, an incredible attempt from Crashies, but Yumpy puts him down.
They can keep throwing themselves at these sites. They
वो
make the
peek
rounds
क्यों करा breach
competitive, but at the
उधर?
end of the day, nothing to show for it on the side of Optic.
The
They had
fuck?
the one round that they should have won on paper, but
Crashies is in form right now, and that's probably the worrying thing for Optic, is there's a couple of rounds he could have won for them solo, where are the rest of the team? Like, Ye has been, as said, the best player in the tournament so far.
By far.
We've had barely any impact from him just yet. Now, I'm never going to sit here and say I don't believe that he will turn it around, but it has to happen fairly soon.
I believe it was Run It Back showed us a stat, which was kills per round by weapon, and Ye with the operator was just leagues above everybody. Now he's got that rifle to play with this time around, the scope ready to be used, but he still needs to find a victim, and with his tour de force last round, he couldn't before it got taken away from him.
I will say, I think second place was Yumpy.
You might be right.
So it's definitely a battle of the operator players. Yeah, this buy's a bit stinky, but with a Viper's Pit, you've also got the overdrive being brought through from Victor, so there is still a lot of potential in this round. Again, though, looking at screen, actually, there you go. Ye has managed to find the space, and now they go into the B side, and it's actually just going to be the trade out. It's on to Yumpy again.
Screen was stunned up, gunned up, taken down. Yumpy's going to leave. The side is theirs. Optic come in with disadvantages, but with this Viper's Pit coming into play, the round may just be favored to them. In fact, I think it quite clearly is. Team Liquid committed their own pit on the A site. And what a mistake that now appears to be. Such a tough spot to fight back into, and that's exactly why even the weakest of weapons becomes so strong inside this pit. They're starting to carve a way back in, but the Viper still to be dealt with. Finesse tucked in the corner with a stinger. He hopes they'll be decayed by the time a fight comes through. Oh, and they've got it! That is disgusting! Absolutely no right to take this round, and for Optic, that has got to be devastating!
He moved him with the snake bite. That was what Navira did. He fired it in, and Finesse made the right play, but he just spams the spot in front of where he put the snake bite, and then just owns Ye on the way back through. That is a round that shouldn't have even been particularly close after they got into that afterplant, but Solkaz, top of the board right now, 10-4, having a fantastic game.
You can see it in their faces, Tom. Optic, that was not a round they should have won coming in. They had weaker weapons.
Yeah,
they can write it off, whatever, but that was a winnable position. That was a hard-to-lose position, and they lost it to spams in smoke, spams through walls. Demotivating, but they won't let it get to them. Up on mid, and hold on! He's still fighting! Yumpy's down! He's gone! The opening duel for Victor, the space claim. This is what we've been missing for Optic. Now they've got the rifles, but look at the counter push. Team Liquid are up through mid. Screams, whiff, and FNS, he punishes. They're ahead, and they're keeping their lead for a moment.
Mere
and
moments.
then Demasik comes through with one, with two. Not again, Optic. Not like this.
Well, that's the thing. Ye has at least turned it back into a comprehensible position. The problem is where the spots are. One down the back of mid. Timing for Navira is not bad. He's going to peek out, and Solkaz gets the other one. And it seems like there is no round at the moment that Optic can win. Even if they put themselves into huge advantages, they catch the aggression. There's just more of it and more of it. And Liquid is steamrolling them.
Optic have got to be feeling shut down. Coming out of this replay, you'll see the timeout graphic pop up on your screen. And I don't think anybody's going to be surprised with that. Optic, I don't know if they'd call this a cringe comp, but I'm sure they won't have too much good to say about it.
Yeah, it's also funny because you go into these games and you highlight Spring, you highlight the obvious focal point, but the fact is, I think Solkaz has been truly fantastic. Like, a lot of his utility has found out the pushes before they've even happened, but also just on an individual level. And that's been the thing with this Liquid squad, is there is not a member of this team that can't take over a game. Like, you focus on players and do it more consistently. But when Solkaz hits a peak, when he's in form, they're terrifying. And that's been the case in every iteration of this roster. This is not just this current one. We spoke about this composition for Optic being much stronger, should be much stronger on the attack.
Bro, 3 round तो ऐसे थे कि Optic को जीतने ही थे.
Tom, Optic right now, you're playing against so many disadvantages. The scoreline already miserable, and irrespective of how well rounds have started, they've always been snatched out of their grasp. And then we look over at the crowd. The signs are showing it, but we can hear it loud and clear, and I imagine the bass from the crowd alone can be felt by Optic every time these devastating round losses come through. They hear their opponents, they hear the crowd celebrating their loss. 7 behind coming into round number 10. An unprecedented scoreline. Here's an opening without even needing to see him. Crashy's on 1, clearing some space for his teammates. They know no one's on stairs now. They've destroyed the trap. As good a start as you could wish for if you're Optic. And then Finesse goes down.
Nice.
Okay, the trade back from Ye, it gives them so much space. In fact, it's opened up the B site for business. There's only one defender at this point. Now, Demasik hasn't really been around this spot. In most rounds, he's been playing towards mid, and Scream hasn't caught the timing. I don't know if they'll check this, and well, it's a little bit whiffy. The trade, though, from Crashies is going to give them another position, and they're actually planting away from the rest of the team. They're almost hoping the rotations come through in another direction, but it does give them a very good plant towards the spawn. And you can see from Scream's perspective, it's like, okay, chances are they're going to be planting elsewhere. He's not spotted anyone.
At this point, you're 100% certain this is a back plant. They're coming up and seeing it now, and Optic, the positions alone seem to be enough to close this round, but I've made that mistake before.
Crashies don't jump ever, bro, ever.
You can hear that spike taken away. It's a 2v1 with Ye to clutch, and he'll get nothing done.
How?
Bro!
Making it look so easy, Mitch. How are they making it look so easy? That was 2 versus 3.
Stop jumping, Crashies. Stop jumping.
It's funny to be in this position, Tom, where I'm almost not surprised. It's the story of the map. Optic keep on carving out these beautiful spots. It looks untouchable. And then
he just jumped again.
This.
Stop. Crashy, stop jumping.
This.
वो भी बोल रहे, casting भी बोल रहे, stop jumping,
It's
Crashies.
just insane.
No,
The time was even against them. Running the clock down would have won the round. But they peaked one after another. I don't even know what you tell yourself at this point. You don't have a pause to get Chet back in there. To
I know what you tell yourself.
DRX.
Bind is next. That's what you tell yourself, because Breeze is looking really rough. Victor, though, again, he's got the opener. Even with a Spectre, he's managed to do so much. You're going to see the counter ult come through. That Hunter's Fury, but it's garnered nothing. Again, space has been made towards this B side. They're pulling rotations in almost every single round. Vera, though, he's found the perfect timing, but he doesn't hit the shots. B side open for business once again. A plant as free as can be. And surely, Mitch.
Oh, no, don't.
Surely they convert this one.
Don't be. Look, somehow I'm like 90%
4v3
would win this round. But it does look on paper. This is NA's. This is Optic's second. Finally found.
मत कर jump.
Be jumping up to see where they are this time around. But the thing for Team Liquid, you know, there's no way they're going to save at this point. They have more than enough money going in here to see if they can steal another one away. And that duel starts it out well with Crashy's gone. But Ye's still here, still dueling.
Time as well.
And
The
now,
main thing is the time.
You can't get rid of 3 players, excuse me, this quickly.
Oh, you'd hope not. Soulcast at least making things a little bit more costly and just looking to try and fight this through. The headshots connected again! Then he's going to clear them all out. The time way too far gone at least, but again, there seems to be no clean and easy rounds for Optic. A second on the board though. They're looking for the curse. That's about all they can be hopeful for going into that second half. And as said, like, we were expecting a lot from them on the attack, but this has been Soulcast all the way through this game. 15-5. I think this is by far the best performance we've seen from him in a long time.
Surprises us again and again, going back to the first strike days to now, and everywhere along the way. This guy's reinvented himself more times than I can count. Look at this from Team Liquid right away. I see Yumpy up close. I see him going in with an operator in hand, looking for a duel, and on the other side, Ye was contemplating the peak. Is Tour de Force ready? He's been spotted moving up. There's Ye's response, though. He was ready to trade it right off the bat. They were hoping for a push, maybe a little caught off by how aggressive it was. But now they might just get themselves to sight.
Yeah, they can get around the utility, but the counter flash actually does deny them just long enough. Soulcast looking to try and spam through, but he goes down because of it. Ye looking like he might have finally come online in this matchup, and every peak is punish. It has taken a long time for Optic to get into the rhythm of things, even losing rounds from such advantages, but this one is looking strong.
At long last, we're starting to see the Optic we expected today, but
oh, he's missed
that
him.
position is fantastic for Victor. Absolutely fantastic. This round surely already closed out. Scream faced with a 1v4. His ult online.
Excuse me?
At least. But even then, you settled, you don't have time to defuse.
Exactly. And just look at where Victor currently is. Like, he's so far in the back lines that there is absolutely no shot that Scream gets away with anything here. As said, it took a very long time for Optic to finally grind out a couple of rounds. They had their opportunities, they had their chances. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I may not be believing in the 9-3 curse, but there is one curse I'm believing in, and that's that GB finally believing in NA, doing his crazy speech, and then we get this. I think that's the biggest curse I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, look, can we blame this on Optic's game plan, their execution, or Team Liquid's counter strats? I don't know. I'd probably blame it on GB. Let's toss it over to him and see what he thinks.
That's usually how most of my relationships go. They just blame me. You know, so you know
That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. You know, it's okay. We lived through it, but unfortunately, Optic ain't living through this one. This has been a bit of a barn burner for Team Liquid here, boys. And I think let's just start out of the gate, talk about one of the players that we kind of have to put a spotlight on here because we're seeing him on this Neon. It's Victor and Bryn. This has not been playing out the way that they thought it would.
No, I think that this comp, the experiment of the Neon hasn't been working for them. And, you know, we're highlighting Victor here as the player because, you know, listen, the stats aren't the greatest in the world, but he has been trying to do his job. The missing element has been really him being traded properly because he's been creating space. But look at this, he gets an opening and there's no trade in play. The rest of his team just falling over behind him with not being able to capitalize off of this space. And this is happening in multiple occasions, multiple scenarios where Victor is running in and trying to get value out of the Neon, but the team just isn't quite coordinated enough to follow up on it.
Yeah, I mean, even from the outset in the pistol round, you know, okay, Marv gets picked first. He's playing the breach. You need that breach to set up for these entries. It's no big deal. It's just a pistol round. They'll get it together. They'll be able to play it out, you know, execute on these strategies. Nope, we're not seeing it.
Goodbye, member for 16 months. Thank you.
How much time did they have to prepare for this? Right now, it's looking like TL had all of the information because they are countering this with little to no effort.
Yeah, well, looking forward here, right? It's going to be Team Liquid on the attack, and let's see what they can do because, you know, this composition with the Phoenix can be beneficial to them because it's just Scream and Scream pulls it off. But also, it just feels like everyone on Team Liquid are just snapping heads.
I think it's going to be really difficult for Optic to come back into this one, especially when Team Liquid are now starting to pick up pistol rounds as well. You look at the attack side win rate there, that's the important element as well. I don't want to get too in the weeds with it, but 46%, I think that's historic as well over the course of this tournament with their attack side. It's not great, but it's enough to carry them over the finish line. Scoreline currently at the half. Oh, that does make sense. But this is looking really good to even bring back in this map, but I want to put in the back of people's heads as well. Listen, Optic are an incredibly experienced team. The next two maps coming out for them as well are also very good maps for them. Not really a team to get rattled by a loss in momentum.
All right, well, let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom to break it all down in the second half.
Well, Tom, I saw the signs in the crowd, and one in particular caught my eye. It had Team Liquid as an orange character, and of course, Optic. They were looking like some imposters. They were taking right now. They're looking like imposters in this matchup. And you see that all-time record on maps against EMEA, against a Tier 1 region. They don't really stack up most of the time. And right here, this is miserable. They've stumbled through the first half. They've looked shaky. Victor's on his way. He's through. Oh, they're stacked.
Oh, he actually gets 2 kills from that. That's absurd. And the peek back through, they've pinched them completely.
The fuck?
Look like the pistol record of Liquid is about to get any better. Left all onto Soulcast. He's been sublime, but he would need.
What the fuck was this push?
Just his individual
2 halls,
to take that one
2K.
Oh, sorry, 2.
A
lifeline for Optic, and I would also like to agree with what Bern said. I think you're looking at the fact Optic are a team, one of the most experienced IGLs we have in the entirety of Valorant right now.
Yep.
They also have an incredibly experienced coach. So I do think there are aspects that Liquid have to try not to let this one slip away from them. They are a team that sometimes it pays for them to overdo it and over-aggress and just try and close out the game quickly, because sometimes that's enough to pump their players up. But it also has the counterpoint to let teams back into the game. So they just have to be a little bit careful here that they don't overdo it.
Now, look, I don't want to say the wind is an Optic sail after a pistol. It's more of a gentle breeze right now.
Yeah, you know, the sail's at least up now.
Yeah, well, down. If it's up, you're not going to catch any wind with it. I played Sea of Thieves, Tom, like I told you on that boat.
Sorry.
I know how it works.
I didn't realize we had a sailing expert alongside.
Well, you should have after our fantastic trip around Copenhagen.
Yeah, we
didn't die.
A couple of
We didn't die. We didn't
drama
escape. That's all that matters. Tell you what, though, can't say the same for Yumpy. He's dead right at the start of this round. And Marshall for Ye putting in some work right off the bat, and I think Scopes on this man defensive side. That if anything's going to pull Optic out of it, it's him.
That's the thing. I think compositionally, it looked better for the attack, setting up Victor. He's going to be a demon when it comes to the defense. So you'll have a whole different set of problems coming through for Team Liquid to try and deal with. Now, in the early stages of this round, they've looked to try and farm up some extra ults onto Scream. Of course, that is going to be a big part of this attacking side. Try and get that run it back online as much as possible. Then he can just take absurd level risks. In this round, though, you're looking at Soulcat. Can he do any level of damage? And Mondavera's actually got one with the Classic.
Fantastic start. They know exactly where Finesse is. Dealing with it's another story. He's got
the
screen with, and the walled up was blocking out his opponent. But Marshall presents some danger. Players need to be careful, but with 10 seconds left, Solkas needs to die. He's going to go running in, sprinting. Ye will be forced to drop the weapon, leaving him with a bit of cash for the next round at least. Team Liquid 9-5 as they pull out a bye round. This is where Optic face their biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see what the plan really is on the defensive side. Like, are they going to try and, again, put more into the setups between Marv and Victor? I feel like Marv in this sort of role, I think it's the trouble we have for them on both this map and on Icebox, is that you don't really have the conventional smoker, so he doesn't really have those better performances. He needs to be setting up players like Victor to try and do some damage, and in the early stages of the round, it does look like they're both watching in towards K.
We're going for a little bit of aggression here, and it's a great bait. I mean, we saw this, the breakdown earlier on Pearl. A round relied on very much the same thing, where Finesse was just tucked in a corner while the rest of his teammates were baiting out for him. Victor tagged up in his corner. He, though, delivers with the headhunter, and now their sights will be set on this man. Oh, they've spotted Scream. He was a second away from sneaking behind and ripping this round apart, separating Optic. But instead, Finesse might just get the reward he's been waiting for. Trigger discipline, not quite there. You can understand why, but he still comes out with a double.
Yeah, that's huge. So much done, and already a tag connected onto Scream. This round is looking incredibly good for Optic. He gets another one before going down as well. A small amount of health healed up. Victor is low. Still some potential here, but already massive success in this round for Optic. They just don't want to let it slip away from them.
Yeah, and as they're focused forward, Victor comes behind, claims the frag on Solkas, drops the spike, and leaves a healed up Scream. Of course, he used his hot hands back to 67. That ain't gonna help too much. Rifles on the other side. Marv, the only man with a weaker weapon, and he is playing back indoors, just spotting, just holding control, containing. And the final 10, he will swing through, stop this plant from happening.
10 seconds left.
The round is done. Well handled by Optic. A beautiful round, and Finesse, the point man of that, the patience down below. And the lack of overextension elsewhere. If Victor falls, if Scream manages to sneak his way through, this round falls apart, but they had their bases covered.
No, a really nice setup from them. Obviously putting into position Ye to just find some of these crazy shots, but also using him to almost bait for FNS. Like, just have him more passive in a position where he can just catch players off guard. Now, those trap plays definitely going to be more difficult to recreate, but to win them in a bonus round has so much value. And the finances they've already gained, like, you're going to have already within this match, and that in itself is dangerous.
Well, the reality is right now, Tom, Team Liquid, who are in a commanding position, 9-1 up, now forced to call a timeout. Lead reduced down to 3. And at this point, they're even coming.
Why so quiet, EU? Huh? EU bad server he.
We do.
One of the best Turkish players you're ever going to see play the role. So.
Oh, you know Ness? Have you done some videos on that? Have you?
No, I haven't done a video on this. No, I haven't.
Well, why are you slacking? Can't be that good, in your opinion.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
Your actions speak louder than your words.
I'm
3
just too
rounds.
lazy to make videos.
I get it. Yeah, like I said, Team Liquid are forced to very light buy this time around. This can easily be a 9-7, and from
क्या
the position
timing थी
Optic
बे?
were in, where they were looking like they hadn't got a hope in hell, all of a sudden, off those early rounds, they're right back into the rhythm.
Optic अच्छा खेल रही है.
You know, as the rounds go
बोलने का
on,
नहीं था
defensive
रे.
side, this comp can be difficult to deal with, but for now, they're setting their sights one step at a time. They don't want to look too far ahead. This round has a massive amount of advantages for them.
भाई ये का कैमरा देखो यार, ये को देखो.
thing here for Liquid is just going to be try and get
कीबोर्ड से आधी छोड़ देता है वो.
Soulcast not far away from the null command. Run it back will be guaranteed as well for the next round. So maybe farming up for the Viper's Pit would be a decent idea. They are also one of the best teams with these pistols though. So Optic still have to be a little bit careful. You can see already some early utility being expended just to try and make sure that none of that space is going to be garnered elsewhere. And actually they're leaving mid very much open just because they can hold it from positions. Now they have the operator.
You also had Navera put down that poison orb right down in mid, stopping anybody from taking that swing out, canceling out an angle. I like that Optic's adaptation was to concede the control. Give them middle, they still have to take a bunch of ranged fights to get to that site. The thing is, you can't miss. Luckily, it's Ye standing watching mid and up, and he should be able to help out on the speed push.
But that's the thing as well, Crash uses, other than when he's jumped, he's been very, very good, and actually that dart has missed. That's a pretty big problem. They've still taken quite a bit of space. Yeah, he is going to be able to connect. Bear in mind, he can't escape at the moment, but maybe he doesn't need to. The trade's through, though. Actually not too bad, and Victor's got to be careful. He's now stuck between two different players. Maybe a little bit of an oversight for him, trying to be the hero. Might end up as the villain.
Oh,
very realistic,
very
realistic.
Instead, it's one stumble for Optic. They're back into a 2v2. Dimasic on the back of the site, but he is just distracting. He's jumping around. He's trying to make some noise, so Scream could wait. Oh, wait, okay, that wasn't what I thought he was trying to do, but go for all right, go off Dimasic. 2 kills with the Sheriff. The run it back not needed, and that guaranteed 7th round, as it seemed to be, is again snatched out of their hands.
भाई विक्टर क्या कर रहा है?
Talk about being mentally boomed. I don't know how they can keep themselves even
this fight from Victor was
in it at this
silly.
point. God, look at
like everybody else on the team is just so far away. I think he was trying to catch them off guard and almost get back in while his teammates were fighting. But by the point of them going down, I don't know. It's just too much of a risk at a time that ended up handing over the
That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. That man has become a part of the game. As Team Liquid use up the Viper's ult, the pit down on A site. We've seen this, sorry, Optic, excuse me. We saw it from Team Liquid in the previous half, and Optic's response was to go into the B site quite quickly. Team Liquid seemed to have a similar idea, whether it's the Viper's pit or not. You have a trap outside of the A site, and the entirety of TL is waiting to blitz onto B. This is a big challenge coming Victor's way, and a round that Optic so desperately need.
He's only got a single stun remaining as well, so delaying them is not going to be particularly easy. Quick rotation will be available from Crashies. Yay now actually pushing all the way back towards the
Victor अकेला है भाई इधर.
a bit of a misread on this scenario, and they're going to need him to almost pop off already though. I think he actually managed to stun up Scream while using the run it back, so he's actually not going to get much ground whatsoever. Slowed to a halt. He's jumping headshots him. Just absurd.
Good response by Crashies. Can he make it out? The spams are coming for him. They can't see, but they'd light him to 76 anyways, and his steps are heard. Navera waiting just around the box, but he turns his back at the wrong moment, and that will cost him his life. A foothold for Optic, and they're looking for more, but that costs Ye his life. His teammates nowhere nearby to get the trade. The roaming op deleted, and what can Optic do from here? And after another finesse, the final hope for Optic to take this buy round, to avoid their economy going into the dirt, and Team Liquid knocking on victory's door. 11-6, 2 more. And they're looking untouchable on the Team Liquid side.
Yeah, Optic have had a shaky breeze throughout this tournament map that regionally was pretty strong for them. Even in the previous tournament looked pretty decent, but yeah, I honestly, like, there's been a lot of moments in this game where I just look at what has happened to Victor and I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah,
that is just unfortunate. They did so well to slow down that ult, and just with this last second he gets
Bro, he just stabbed और उसने पूरा spray को लगे.
1-6 in every duel. He was just on his own, trying to create space, getting shut down, getting countered. Push up close, screen ready for this. He'll grab the kill, a flash is ready. The space being contested by Optic, but no reward for their troubles.
Yeah, financially it's a weird one. Tour de force for Ye makes it look possible. I think that's one of the reasons they've actually invested into this round. And actually they're going to throw out the Rolling Thunder as well. But the Hunter's Fury on the other side is going to make sure that there can be nobody really pushing upon this. It has, however, bought a lot of time for rotation.
That was a scared Rolling Thunder, though. A man sat on site. Spectre in hand. That shock dart did damage. It almost took Solkas down, but he'll survive and go back into the plant. Easy to take him down with a spam, and he'll get him. At least one kill for the trouble. Still Optic, man disadvantage, Viper's Pit to fight into, but the spike has not yet been planted. They need to get to work on that. 45 on the clock, and the spams from Scream. They find another kill. Optic on the back foot, and the odds ever increasing in Team Liquid's favor. A big push though, a chance for Finesse, but Scream comes out ahead. 4 kills, his ult almost online, and one last chance for Optic. 6 rounds in a row, or Team Liquid will be shutting them out of Freeze.
Yeah, it's a map that they look confident on. We looked at the Phoenix comp, and I'll be honest, we weren't particularly impressed with the last time we saw it. Now, Scream is definitely having an incredible game, but I don't think he's necessarily been the focal point. I think Solkas, again, is having one of the best performances we've seen from him and maybe from anyone throughout this tournament so far, and a few people missing. Marv, someone we mentioned at the beginning of the day, still not really here. Oh, dear.
It's been clear from the start. This crowd is on Team Liquid's side.
Wait, look.
And now they get loud. The push up close. Marv is good, and Finesse through the wall. A fantastic trade for Optic. A recovery on an early stumble, and look at the spot. Ye tucked in, ready for one, TPing out, keeping the advantage into NA's court.
Excuse me?
That peak from Finesse, though, has come at a heavy cost.
Shock darts might actually be able to do a lot of damage. He's forced him into the open. Yeah, he's surviving on his last legs, and once again, Solkas left in a solid position. He's avoided this Hunter's Fury completely. In fact, he's sneaking up on Ye, who might not have any idea of where he's going to be. The first kill is free, and now Solkas knows where he is, but Crutchies this time will be able to close the clutch. Just about clinging to life at 12-7, but there's still plenty more to face off against.
It might seem odd looking at the scoreboard. I think some of their setups are fantastic to get Finesse into positions where he can catch players off guard. I think Ye's been doing well in some of these duels, but honestly, Crashy seems almost like the focal point for me. He's been in so many of these clutch scenarios and delivered or come so close. And I think represents a large number of the rounds on the board for Optic.
भाई थोड़ा वो दिखाओ, aggression दिखाओ, जीतोगे बे, Optic, let's go.
This game, it probably would have been from him winning like a 1v2 or something. Yes. Look at the pace though. Straight through.
Joke's over.
It's down actually. Yeah, we're gonna get the run it back through mid. Never mind, he's actually changed his mind. He wants to go hunting for Ye instead, forcing him back. The overdrive gets nothing. It could be a cruel mistress at times, and Yumpy already dropping another. This is looking like the beginning of the end. Just 2 players remaining, Ye and Marv, both on the same side, and already Marv is gone. It's left down to El Diablo, who has managed to find 2. But a 5 HP clutch would be one for the ages. A 1v5 ace needed. He's going to get himself a 3rd already. Tagged up the one for Ye. He actually has a chance in this. Just one more needed, and he can't quite do it. An incredibly nice try from the man himself.
Nice try, Ye.
Nothing Optic did was enough.
That was an
Bro, if he would have HP, bro, he would have done that ace, yaar. Yay, bro.
We know the next map up is one that Optic can feel confident on. They can feel good, but the reality is,
HP होती ना माँ कसम निकाल देता। यार क्या भाई, Victor बिल्कुल हगा भाई, पूरा मैप हगा Victor।
Much of a back foot on bind.
आधे से ज़्यादा लोग तो चलते मरे।
Like I just think that their bind is so ridiculously strong.
Like करो guys, like. यार 1000 watching है, 1000 likes ही कर दो यार जाते जाते।
And that's exactly what they've done.
Like करके दो, like करो, let's go.
Heavily in favor of Optic. Now sure, maybe there's a world where they get into the form we just saw in that map and they steal it away. but I think that against this Optic team, that's still going to be very, very difficult. Ascent, on the other hand, though, I think if we get there, will be incredibly exciting.
I think so. Chances are we end up there, as we've heard, find a strong map for Optic.
Yeah.
After a 13-7 loss, I'm sure the mental reset should be easy to reach. The thing is, the win, I don't care about their mental, if I'm being honest. This form shown by Liquid, to hell with your stats. These guys are looking good, and map 2 is going to require everything that Optic have got in the tank. If they're going to take it across the line, bring us to Ascent, and then win it there. I heard from Scream in the interview beforehand, the pressure's off, but that's not true for Optic.
I don't believe him on that.
I'll listen to Scream.
Scream always wants to win. Scream always wants to win, but no, one hell of a start. And amazing first half, and we're going to be throwing this one off to a break. And then back to the nest to see if they believe if Optic can turn this one around.
Let's fucking go in nearest airport. Excuse me. विक्टर को देख के MW1 की याद आ गई यार. ऐसा नहीं है यार. विक्टर सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट तुमने भी सुना ना, वो कमेंटेटर्स ने भी बोला, उसने स्पेस बहुत क्रिएट करा. यही करते हैं ड्यूलिस्ट. नॉट इजी ब्रो प्लेइंग अ ड्यूलिस्ट.
Register now for your national qualifier.
अगर रश करके उन्होंने एक किल भी निकाली, इनफ है ब्रो. स्पेस जो क्रिएट करते हैं वो, समझ रहे हो? TL को PRX दीदी नेक्स्ट में आएगी. हाँ क्या पलटी. दीदी की कमेंट्री अच्छी होती है भाई. जेट भी ड्यूलिस्ट ही है बट बाय जस्ट सेइंग. तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, ये ऑप्टिक का एम देख के तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे टीम्स का एम ठीक है. तभी ऑप्टिक उधर है और हम इधर. हाँ कभी कभार हगना, बट ऑप्टिक आर द वैलोरेंट चैंपियंस यार. ये कैसे इतना लाइक रीटेक करने दे रहे थे उन्हें. 3 राउंड इनके थे एज अटैकर फॉर श्योर. जो थ्रो करा है ना इन्होंने.
Oh, doggy! We got a party now.
What?
I love it. This is good stuff right here. Team Liquid get the win on Breeze, and they look beautiful as Scream's hair doing it. And boy, oh boy, Optic Gaming, they have to figure out something, Seth, because this is that was not the way that they thought that would go.
Yeah, well, maybe it kind of was. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, the Breeze has not been going their way so far at this event too much. So I think this is not the most unexpected result. We ourselves said that this was a must-win map for TL for the most part, because if they drop this going into buying, just given Optic's proficiency there, it would be very concerning. So TL, they get over the first hurdle in pretty damn convincing fashion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And as we take a look at the MVP breakdown, Bren, you know, and see all the stats for everyone.
Last year तो Loud ने जीता था, उतना पता है. Loud कह रहा हूँ.
Quite a bit in this game. And I gotta say, though, hats off to TA at the end there, because I 10 HP in a dream. I believed he was going to do it, but really, I mean, Soulcast. When's the last time you get to see him up here shining like a star when Yuppie and Scream are playing the way that they were?
Yeah, Liquid, I think, were playing a really good overall game. The rest, the whole team was trading each other out really well. On the defense side, they were playing amazing defensive protocols. But this was the big round as well. You can see just as we're watching this, there were lots of moments where it started to slip away from them. In particular, this one. This was the bonus round that ended up being 1-4. But then it also came about where, you know, the same kind of strengths that we've been seeing from Team Liquid. They're one of the better teams at winning the Thrifties over the course of Champ so far. That was the thing that did get them over the head.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, you know, Seth, when you think about, you know, like how Team Liquid were able to put those rounds together and the way that the line kind of went, this really was a battle of that first half. If you see the timeline there, the first half, Liquid's domination was just a big lead that Optic had to fight out of.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to see this map trend right now here at Champions.
तीन राउंड ही तो निकाले इन्होंने. तीन और निकल सकते थे.
But I still have some concern for TL's go deeper into this tournament. They're going to continue to run this comp. I'm wondering if they're just going to keep doing this and getting away with it as long as they possibly can. And then when they go into a really tough, you know, maybe like a semifinal or something, if they can make it there, they suddenly change it up and try to catch their opponents off guard, because against some stronger teams on Breeze, they are going to have struggles running this.
Well, I think they are going to be running into some obstacles as well as we head deeper into this series on Bind. So we've been kind of talking about, you know, Optic are a really good team at Bind in particular, but Liquid have also been chopping and changing their compositions, and you start to see Scream played out Raze, which he's been playing a lot more of recently. And the he puts up this guy, he has been a demon on this role. I mean, in terms of just, you know, first blood percentages, not high, and especially because he plays the role of the sacrificial lamb. He's like going in, he's creating space for the rest of the team to really capitalize off of, but his Raze has been really good. And I really kind of just want to piggyback this point of talking about their Bind in general, because it's a map that Team Liquid historically have been absolutely dog. They've not been good at Bind in the past. They've been really atrocious at it.
I'm supporting Scream. Scream forever, bro.
They should win Bind.
From CSGO time.
But
not even CSGO, 1.6
I've noticed a lot of good work has been put in by Liquid in that map. They have a lot of cool set plays on their attack side to try and punish a lot of aggression outside showers, things like that. I'd love to pull examples for you, but I didn't think ahead because I'm an idiot. But I tell you, they have been putting work into that map. So there is a possibility of Liquid carrying it forwards onto this in a 2-0 fashion.
I mean, they might be able to do it.
Because मैंने इतना practice नहीं करी, इतना खेला नहीं उसको. Maybe that's the
reason. But with the way that TL are playing right now, the way that they're trading off of one another, they don't need him to find that entry. He just needs to go in, identify where everybody is at, and then the rest of the team comes, floods the sites, bing, bang, boom.
All good, all good.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is true, especially if this guy keeps playing like this, because it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. And for this one, we got to recognize my boy Soulcast here, who popped off in this one. This was just absurd. This was like his brain set had expanded, and he knew where everyone was. He was a 4D map in real time.
I mean, in the interview, he said, we think that they're predictable. We think we have the read on them, and he just goes for the most obvious post-plant positions that Optic could possibly be in, and he just keeps hitting shots over and over again. It was just wonderfully played, because a lot of people, you might get into that situation and you're just like constantly shifting back and forth. Where are they? Where are they? And he's just like, let me check here. Let me check B. Yeah, it's just stone cold.
Yeah, he looks soulless.
Hi Pranav, क्या हाल है bro?
I'm not giving you credit for that.
Before we move on to map 2 though, let's head on over to the shoulder of one of our players for an aim lab shoot around. You know how we do. And you're going to be watching Victor from Optic Gaming here. Victor had a rough game, to say the least. He, as you said, Raze Scream is a sacrificial lamb for Raze on Bind. Victor was a sacrificial lamb for Optic Gaming on Breeze.
Sacrificial lime.
The sacrificial lime. Someone make a Photoshop. But anyway, it's very clear. Hey, green, it all works out. But Seth, you know, it goes without saying, Victor is definitely going to be one of the players we're checking out and keeping an eye on in this one.
I mean, it's pretty much everybody, but yeah, you need to have Victor have a good game. He has just been absolutely struggling there on Breeze.
मेरा क्रॉसर यूज करता है Victor. कभी आ रहा है इसलिए.
You know, the set plays coming through to try to really combo and
aim lab में भी आ रहा है Victor.
The timings were off. You'd see the barriers go down. 6 seconds has gone by. Now they try to rush out into shop, but it's like, well, Scream is just already there. He's already pushed up into shop, so he just headshots you as you come sliding around the corner. It's
just a gap in practice with the comp, I think, as well, in terms of what they were doing. But you know,
एस मारी मैंने इतनी ये से वो देखा तूने सौरभ साला हेटर है.
They are really good at it. It's one of the best maps in their pool for them.
Thank you for the sponsor, Romeo.
As I've already mentioned, it's something that they haven't been too great at.
Hi, Aditya.
They won recently against Edward Gaming, but they were playing, you know, they were stuck in 2006 running a double duelist comp. So it was kind of handed to them on a platter. But this is going to be an interesting test for Team Liquid, because it's pretty clear from me watching they have been putting a lot of preparation into this map in general. But is it going to be enough to take a win against a heavy hitter in the form of...
Stream की sound कम कर तो करी बहुत कम करी.
I'm going to read you some score lines here. 13-5, 13-6, 13-9, 13-11, 13-6. That's all of Optic's previous results against Boom.
यार इस मैप में Optic को सपोर्ट करो यार प्लीज. मैं चाहता हूँ यार. कितने sad faces थे उनके. Come on. They're also
take anything away, Seth, from Team Liquid here, I think are more than prepared. But I think we referenced this as kind of like a home ground map for Fnatic. This is definitely a home ground map as well for Optic.
चार drinks रख रखी है ये ने.
Boom one that you mentioned, it was coming off the back of a loss on Breeze. Granted, that one went to overtime. It was a hell of a lot closer. Templeton went absolutely nuclear in that series, dropping over 30 kills. But they made it close on there, but then they were able to come back into Bind, get onto a comfortable map pick, and absolutely start dismantling Boom Esports with that 13-5 victory. We know that Optic are not a team that's going to get shaken up after dropping a single map,
Optic.
but I don't know what that
is.
He's got the document out, man.
He's got the doc.
Am I missing something?
He's got the strats. Wait,
trying to hide it.
Keep it on him. Okay, I was about to say, like, keep it on him. I want to know, but yeah, man. I mean, look,
that derailed everything I was saying.
But
yes.
I think that honestly the point that I was making about Emil.
Optic ही एक वो थी और बाहर की जो इंडिया आके CS:GO की टीम बनाई बाहर के लिए इंटरनेशनल चैंपियनशिप के लिए देखी थी Optic इंडिया हाँ किसी को पता है CS:GO की लाइनअप में वो जो मार्जिन वगैरह गए थे एंटीडोट मार्जिन एंड ऑल जिसमें हमारा प्रीएज एंड 4 सेकंड पकड़ा गया
obviously you're not really expecting all that much in deviation. We got no deviation whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple, minor differences here. I'm sorry.
No, not you, them. Oh. I was like, oh, we going to see a deviation? No deviation.
Nope.
No, it's done. I mean, they're going to be playing the same comps that they have before. Optic is super well drilled with this. Liquid have clearly been putting in that time with their own comp as well. But you're going to start to see, I think, Optic kind of flex their muscles a little bit on the maps that they are really good at.
अभी 4 सेकंड कौन सी गेम खेल रहा है शायद वो सिलेंडर सांप बड़ा है
a couple of rounds on Breeze when it was just looking hopeless for them. It's going to be
पता नहीं
doing pretty good things, I think, for the mental as well. I know they're a championship caliber team and they're going to be able to bounce back from stuff like that even if they ended up getting flattered on Breeze, which they didn't. Made it a little bit closer, but I think they're going to be feeling pretty good heading into this next map with their chances and odds of bringing it to that third map of Ascent.
Yeah, that... Man, but in the back of my mind, though, I can't help but think that Liquid are coming out to this one with this arena behind them, with the hype. The Yumpy, I think, is playing the... I think he might just be the best opper in this tournament right now.
बंदे के balls
he will still run it.
Steel थे जो बाद में
टूटे changed a few times, so it was like we were gassing up last.
Big event में जाके on land.
Boy looks like he's just playing duck hunt.
Boy, oh boy.
I mean, yeah, he was utterly incredible in that first map.
Huh?
And while I think, yes, obviously TL, they slowed down a little
Balls
bit.
of
They struggled
steel,
a bit when they swapped over to the attacking side. I don't think that was overheating due to the audience whatsoever. That was just a product of their composition. They are riding this wave of momentum. They are riding the hype of the crowd.
Yeah, there are
very
some
realistic
definite holes, though, in the team composition. They're not running a chamber. They don't have a trademark to watch those flanks and extremities. There are holes that can be exploited there by Optic if they've done the necessary.
I'm using word play, shy.
Listen, you know they have. Chet's there. He's leading back. The guy's looking cool, calm, and collected.
All right, well, this is it, folks. Game 2. Let's see what Bind brings us. And let's send it over to our casters, NA super fans. They told me mention Tom.
तेरा भाई भी select हुआ था.
Hey guys, what's up? I wanted to just ditch after that one. Because you know what? I can back out of any statement if I want to. I'm always willing to throw my hands up and say that I'm
तेरा भाई उधर बैठा और तुम यहाँ पे cheer कर रहे होते, हाँ?
But GB,
Optic,
I've never seen a man have one map abandon an entire region.
क्या पता हो
We had a beautiful WWE style hype up for NA, and now I don't know, guys. I can't help but feel like Team Liquid might take it across the line.
GNL मत देखो मजाक करके बता रहे हो
If Liquid win this map, I think they're a contender in the entire tournament. That's when they've proved it to me that they are truly unstoppable, and that even in maps where they shouldn't win, even where they're massive underdogs, they can pull it through.
Let me ask you a question, Tom. Who's the best Bind team in the world right now?
In my opinion,
exactly. This map looks like it could be where Optic take it across the line. They've got the map on their side, the crowd against them, and the scoreline for now sitting 1-0 for Team Liquid. They need to win Bind or Ascent. They've got a buffer. And as we come into this, Optic on the attack to start. Keep an eye on Ye in this map. I think he's going to be looking to take some vengeance on Team Liquid and on Yumpy in particular. He won't have the headhunt. And played the Sage. We saw this in the previous time they played it here in this tournament, and they looked fantastic. That was against EDG.
This is a map as well where I think Mars is going to be a lot more comfortable. I don't think the breach really hit in the same way on those controllers. Still though, a slow start, some deep control taken. They're going to have to use the Sky utility early, the Tiger, to try and clear some of this control. Now at least, Liquid is still sticking around, but they have taken a tag.
नहीं मैं कल जाऊंगा मैं
They have but they spotted the information for it. Still, as the smokes come down, I think it's apparent where the push is coming through. Scream, the first man to fall. Information on the site. I don't know that they saw Solkas, but they'll deal with him anyways. And a great headshot from Victor. That damage should make it so easy. And indeed, the wall bangs take Dimasic down. Team Liquid locked out of the site. And a fantastic start to this map for Optic.
अगर ये रीटेक हारी ना उम्मीद छोड़ दूंगा मैं कसम से उम्मीद छोड़ दूंगा अगर ये रीटेक हारी तो उम्मीद छोड़ दूंगा
just relying on individual skill. They don't even have any upgraded pistols. The only thing they have online is a heal. I don't know if that's something they're going to get to use. And you can just see the afterflow position. So incredibly strong from Optic. Pistol round on the board for them again, as they will be kicking things off strong on Bind.
A very well-rounded performance. I believe that was a team ace. You see the #1 beside everyone on Optic. A fantastic way to kick this one off. And of course, as you see the stats below, they are 5-0 on Bind across M2 and Champions. This team looks untouchable on the map, and Team Liquid are keeping with their same trajectory, being terrible in pistols.
That's the thing as well. You're talking about teams like XSET, DRX, PaperX, FPX. 2 of those were the last finalists. The other 2 are also in this playoff stage, and the last one in this tournament was Boom. Now, that's just an absurd record to have. I would love to see them face off against Fnatic on this map at some point. Maybe have the final showdown, but...
Right off the bat, Finesse goes up on top, onto the lamp. We're able to keep the control up close, but ultimately no real impact. They weren't peeking in a position that would have netted any sort of result. 2 players spotted.
They are concussed. Majja, Baba.
That's a brave play. I think he expected them to just stay back after the utility went through, and instead just re-aggress back into position. Now this needs to be some miracle shots coming out from Yumpy. Oh! Marv had to be very quick on the trigger. He could have lost 2 teammates in a split second. Instead, the rotation coming through, and actually Dimasic going to go down to the Molotov.
They placed a little trap for him there. He goes to run through the smoke, and instead he's met with the flames. I do say where there's smoke, there's fire, but not always.
Dimasic hasn't heard that one before.
Yeah, no, he might. He'll be coining that phrase from here on out.
He does love running through smokes. That's something that we've seen quite a bit in previous maps. I'm very happy we don't have Haven today, because he gave me nightmares watching that map prior, but in this one at least, relatively clean. Navera has managed to at least get himself an SMG, but Marv, I'm going to be honest, he already looks much stronger on this map than the last.
I'll even say on Ascent, actually, just on the point of running through smokes. I remember seeing Dimasic with some shrouded steps that were questionable.
Ringtone बताओ, ringtone यार उसकी है.
It's like a point where they were pushing aside.
Bold.
Bad.
Okay.
I thought.
Okay. Slightly different.
Redmi
phone.
But here we go. Team Liquid full buy up. They get the rifles into play. Light shields, though, a few disadvantages here, and a few pieces of missing utility. I mean, you already see a boom bot, snake bites. Like, this definitely isn't a comfortable buy all round. They wanted to have more impact even in the previous round. And Optic, well, they've set themselves up fantastically coming into this bonus. The opportunity right away to see space, grab an orb, and well, that's a fantastic early round. Hey, you're on this round, you'll take every little advantage you can get.
Yeah. Marv not far away from that orbital strike as well, so it's definitely the right place to be putting them. They've still held on to control elsewhere. Again, these deep smokes being thrown down by Dimasic. Playing quite an aggressive position for your Brimmy. He has the support, of course, of Yumpy, who's going to be able to wall off in towards Hookah if they need it. And the other stack of players elsewhere on the map. You can even see still looking for information outside of A. Actually, the wall, yeah. Placed down now just to try and delay if they were to push in that direction.
Okay, scroll wheel finger getting sore after that, but he's finally finished jump peeking. Now they take the space after the smoke is fade, and another comes down to stop them on their way through to the site. This does drag rotations from Team Liquid. You can see that Scream has made his way from the A site, but he doesn't last long. Starts to move back, just lobbing the nade, giving away that he's actually towards this part of the map, and well, maybe thought they'd run back from it. Instead, they've gone speeding forward, spotted a player in the corner, taken Dimasic down, and Yumpy doesn't last much longer. Scream needs to go nuclear on the site, and only 2. It's not enough. Upgraded weapons, a plant, and what was that?
I think Navira just thought he had some sort of timing, heard the footsteps and wanted to get ahead of it. Instead, now the majority of players healed back up, and Solkas, the star of the last map, he's in between a crossfire that he should never be getting out of, and in fact, Mars is just going to ego peek him completely. takes his head off. 3-0 to Optic, bonus round 1, and anybody who doubted this team coming into map number 2, silent.
Yeah, Team Liquid immediately calling a timeout. That was a statement round from Optic. Fantastic start. As we said, they went in the bathroom, they took space, they grabbed an orb, they run it back, slowly chip away at the map control on B long. And when that blitz comes through, those duels are phenomenally successful. Third round. Now Team Liquid have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, again, they'll be coming in with an eco right off the bat. Optic are closer to having more of their ultimates online. They've got rifles, they've got credits to fall back on. Definitely not the
best Optic ka.
And that's the thing. I
For
think
real,
we know a lot of rounds in the previous map where Liquid were able to get away with a lot of aggression on that defensive side, catch players off guard, and basically just dismantle any plan that Optic had. You can see in this map, they're looking a lot more comfortable, able to slow the pace down, very happy to be patient for that utility to run out, and any of these cheeky plays that are being attempted, these individual plays out from Liquid are just failing miserably. And we're only going into the first few rounds. Of course, there's a lot of time to still adapt and try and do something differently. The fact is, though, Optic are just a different beast on this map. And again, Marv just individually has started off much stronger. Again, I'm a little bit worried already for Liquid, and I think they are too. They know how difficult this map is going to be. Early pause makes sense.
Again, we set it up right at the start of the day. Win condition for Liquid was Breeze. When it came to Bind, it feels a little bit too convincing for Optic. The wind in their sails from the previous map. We thought maybe there'd be hope for Liquid, but they certainly haven't started this one out with a strong stride.
The thing is, though, this map was still very good for Liquid, especially with them taking home Breeze. Like, Ascent is probably their best map. Maybe Icebox, it's arguable, but to end there, they'll be very happy with it. It's more so just the same that we said about Optic in the last map. If Liquid just get boomed here, they do have some players that work very poorly if the mental goes bad.
You heard it in the interview that Team Liquid said there's no team that has that kind of team atmosphere that they do. But that can still be hard to pick yourself back up when things do start to fall apart. Somewhere Team Liquid, I think, have had minimal testing in the past. It's opening strong. Yumpy, of course, just with a pistol, as are most of his teammates. This is a risky push from Finesse. He's been going for these fights a lot. Successfully this time.
Yeah, he's going to drop both players on the lurk. Timing sublime and already going to clear out this A site without much trouble at all. Rotation coming through from Scream, but he is being watched for. Finesse is more than aware of every position they could possibly be coming from, and Spike going to go down without any trouble whatsoever. Optic looking clean.
Yeah, and there's nothing really for Team Liquid to fight with getting back into this. They've got a blast pack, but 3 HP on Scream. And Demasic, chance to do some damage maybe on that Spectre. I don't know where we'll end on this one. I mean, it seems that Team Liquid will want to lose their lives, almost without a doubt. Scream, though, is on the other side of the map. He is rotating all the way around. I mean, they'll assume that he's towards the spawn, maybe intending to die to the spike instead. He's going to try to wrap all the way up on them. And this could be huge, but they have got players watching it. There's just too many Optic players alive right now.
5-0 है Optic इसमें.
I genuinely don't know what the plan is here. Like what he's hoping to achieve from this position. He's going to have to just run all the way around and try and die to the spike, and I don't think he's going to do it in time. So yeah, he's kind of just trounced his own economy and found absolutely nothing for it. Bit of a weird one, and because of that, he's going to have to play the Guardian in the next round.
That's one of the strangest things I've seen. I mean, I'm always willing to give him the faith that, you know, there's some sort of plan there that I'm not seeing, but the writing wasn't on the walls this time. I'm really not sure.
The thing is, unless he was trying to get like 2 kills and like die and then get enough for his ult, that is just odd.
Oh, he went the long way around through the spawn and everything, which again, you know, not a bad idea to catch them off guard, but the time was the issue there. A very strange start, and now, wow, right off the bat, Yumpy has lost his life. Optic giving absolutely no room to Team Liquid, no space granted. Finesse again up here on mid, he's been spotted, and this time he'll pay with his life, but look at the trade from Marv. They haven't cleared the box, and now they do. A blast pack play from Victor, and the site seems to be theirs. Scream trying to sneak his way around. Might not expect him to be here this quickly.
Oh, he's got to hope for a decent time here, and nobody missing on the side of Optic. These rounds are looking devastating. Nothing Liquid is attempting in these early stages is working out. Afterplant already guaranteed, and now Demasic got to try and pull off a 1v3.
Yeah, look what he's up against too. Victor's got his ult online, but a nade to play with as well. There's just so much time drain in play for Optic. Short of them just swinging out and giving duels, which you can see they are not looking to do, Demasic doesn't have a chance.
You could just see the confidence. Victor decimating. Again, we're talking about players who in the last map struggling to get anything done. Now it almost seems like any one of them can just individually win around. Liquid's attempt at aggression,
don't have any counter.
just bullied by Ye, and then just this pincer play. Like, you send out this initial push from Finesse, but his teammates are so ready to just try and swing onto things, and just look at the difference. 30 minutes ago, these players were hyping each other up, screaming along with the crowd. Now, rather than the Turkish casters, you could hear a pin drop.
Absolutely. Now on the Optic side, the wind is definitely in their sails now. They've got everything going their way. 5-0 start. Ulti's coming online. Victor on a tear. Oh, we've got a crazy attempt here. A push coming through the teleporters. A pinch from the bathroom as well. Using their weaker weapons, their numbers, but Marv was waiting. Orbital strike in hand. He's got a kill. They've cleaned up some, but Solkas, that could be the chance they needed. Team Liquid, 5-0 down. They come in with pistols. I wasn't even going to consider this round, but they caught Optic off guard.
Counter नहीं है, आप भी करा counter पे.
All the way down the bottom. This fight could be everything. I think Navira realizing this is not one that he's willing to take. Versus El Diablo, you got to be very careful to not let this round slip away. The swing from Scream at least going to damage him up, and eventually they will close out the Thrifty round. Something at least for Liquid, but it is not necessarily recreatable. A very aggressive attempt with the pistols. Almost getting caught off by the orbital strike, but they do manage to convert the round.
मुझे लग रहा है इस राउंड का भी काउंटर कुछ करेगी टीम.
That's the problem. Yeah, for Optic, they got caught off guard by that. You'll struggle to repeat it.
Liquid ने, हाँ?
Whether it's that play or another.
कर सकते.
It's rare to see this team on the back foot.
Play देखना इसको, हाँ?
They've got plenty of credits to dig deep, get their buy, and now look to play.
I feel like Emil has two jobs. He's the coach of Team Liquid, pretty important job.
Yeah,
and then the crowd hype man is what his secondary employment. And honestly, if he keeps up like this, he might actually have to switch and have that as his primary job.
Could be his new main gig. Who knows? We'll see what we can do. He wants to play across the stage from his brother first.
My goodness, these openings from Ye. It's happened in most rounds. Whether or not Liquid push, you're just so solid at finding these initial frags. All going to go down. No res available for Yumpy, so it's not even like he rotate back in. And Finesse is looking to almost battle and brawl at this stage. He's been forced back.
Yeah, it was going to take a couple low-risk battles there. Just a few bullets and then fading away. Look at the pressure. It's on its way into that Viper's pin. It's looking for a victim, and it didn't find it. It looked like he was dead to rights, but barely any damage done, and Scream should Victor down. Now we're in a bit of trouble. The sprays, the snake bites, doing damage, but not taking Crashies out. The decay now starts to fade away, and his health recovers. Optic, they've walked into a pretty tough position, but they've come out now with the advantage time on their side. And a Viper's Pit is now countered completely.
Well, yeah, in fact, it's just going to be dropped. It would have almost played as a favorable piece of utility for the other side if he'd kept it up. This rotation is being watched as well. The timing is going to be the only issue. Ye has looked away, and now you start to see the pounce of Yumpy. Scream has found another as well. Finesse has been able to trade it, but now it's all up to him, and the Vera will close. Back-to-back rounds for Liquid.
Full counter, full
counter. Up into this map, but they have not even made a dent in the economy of Optic.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. You know, two very good rounds from Liquid, but such a long road to go, and it might not be as stacked against them as Optic had on the previous map, but it's still another round where you have these incredible advantages garnered coming back into those fights, despite the fact that, again, the more powerful pieces of utility were countered out completely. Nevera's Viper's Pit, they just bypassed it. They went a completely different direction, and despite the orb up, the snake bite down, the sprays, they barely did any damage to Crashies, about half health, which, in the position he was in, he should have been dead immediately. The timeout now called. This is Optic who need a moment.
Liquid will win, हाँ क्या?
Moment of discussion before we dive back into
PRX
the
को
game.
हराया था Liquid ने, याद करो guys ना? The only APAC team. Liquid ने हराया था PRX को, PRX को.
Previous map with just players like Scream, Soulcast
Scream
in
देखो,
particular,
बात
just
अलग है.
hitting every single shot that was put in front of them. This game could go back out of their control, whereas thus far it's been fairly calm and collected. A pistol victory coming through for Liquid. It's not even a rarity for the CBA team to do this all the time.
Scream
It's
UC
more so
करे
that they
तो,
managed to convert the next
Scream
round.
alt हगे
And
तो
now coming up with
anti.
the ult economy,
मैं करूँ तो
Yay,
UC.
already having that
Very
tour de
easy.
force available. Finesse can even try and come up with a strat that revolves around that Viper's pit. There's a lot of opportunities to play with. They've just got to make sure they're being careful not to give too much away, not only to the res, but more importantly, that orbital strike.
That's exactly it. The impact was found by Optic's orbital strike. Recall Marv getting that kill with it, and of course he'd already shot
वो
one
जो
of the
करता है
players
ग्रिम
inside
बॉल्स
the
करता है ना,
teleport
जैसे
just
बाइंड
before.
में भी बॉल्स करता है,
That
वो तो
man
बहुत
has been
गंदा
having a
मारेगा.
fantastic game. I think he was 6-0.
इतने स्ट्रैट्स के साथ खेलती
Tapered
है
off
ये
in the
टीम,
rounds they've
वो तो बहुत
lost, but
गंदा
now
मारेगा.
rifles back in their hands, as we were saying. A comfortable round for Optic, 5-2. They've been spotted outside a bathroom. Utility will be traded out to just claim that control back, which altogether.
अल्ट आ गई बाई पे, क्रैशी स्पेल्ट आ गई, कुछ हो गया, कुछ हो गया. Hey, I have ult.
So that's going to be the ult to just try and clear out some of these corners, reduce the risk of walking into a stack, and
ये कैसे अल्ट
getting ready
मार
to
रहा
be popped again. One of these executions out in the shower doors has been so tough for them to play against, but the
Excuse
nade actually
me?
drops Victor. A decent start.
Stuck in the fight, couldn't get back. The rest of the team, though, now emerging from bathrooms as Ye sneaks his way in. They've got some good control. They might even be able to plant safely from here. They want a little more. And it's Ye following the volley right in. That's perfect. A great bait to push them out of position. The crowd control now coming back as Ye is forced into his teammate's Molotov. It giveth and it taketh away, but in the end, Optic, they're in a 3v3 with a Viper's pit post plant and Marved undetected on middle.
That's the thing. This fight with Marv is going to be the ending factor, and he's already managed to take down Demasic. A nasty surprise of him still lurking around this corner, and they need to clear him out before they can get anywhere near that Viper's pit. He just did a fair amount of damage onto the Vera, and now the aggression crashes. But Soulcast is more than ready for it, turning things into an advantageous position for Liquid.
Back in. That was so unfortunate. The sprays for Soulcast delivering another with Marv down, and the diffuse is underway. Finesse! He thought they'd fake it. They tried to bait him through the doors, but no! Soulcast, he looked dead to rights at a point, and he comes out with almost every scalp under his belt. 3 rounds now for Liquid, and they have come alive.
The orbital strike was nice, but just the audacity to just stick this within. And I think it's just the fact that the spray comes through from Soulcast from the exact position that the spike was being diffused from. So the assumption there, and not a wrong one from Finesse, is that, okay, he must have let go and shot back. Unfortunately, it was slightly to the left of him where that diffuse comes through. A 5-0, but 3 in a row now for Liquid. Starting to really build back into this first half.
I hope the boys have a meal turned down on whatever communication app they're using, or their eardrums might have just been burst.
They might have that problem anyway, I'll be honest. He's not that far away.
Yeah, he's still a little too close. Scream with a double! The first is something, but Marv going down, smokes removed, and Optic on the back foot again. This is the start of the round, and well, it feels close to the end as well.
But that's the thing, a lot of success was coming for Optic in those early rounds. Think about the amount of times that Ye was getting them the opening draw every time somebody aggressed. Now, well, it's starting to feel a little bit more like the first map, with those opening fights always going in the other direction. Ye, though, has been sublime, but this is just Scream's round. He has taken over completely, 3 kills already, and you know what? I'd run away from him too.
Trailblazer to lead the way and hopefully find something. No information on the back of it, at least the space for Finesse to push up, but this is accounted for on the defensive side. He needs some great timing, and he's got it. Whoa, but he's caught with a snake bite in hand. His life spared for now. The plant to try to bait them forward, but nobody will make a move. Screams on the flank. The rest of the team wants to hold the spawn, and Finesse trying to push through and catch them off. Has caught himself with the plant down. Crashies needs another phenomenal clutch. The odds definitely stacked up against him.
Oh, that's unlucky.
The tension building for him as teammates. Nowhere to be found, and enemies absolutely everywhere. A fourth for Team Liquid. And Optic, they started this out so well, Tom. Yeah. They controlled it from start to finish, and now I wouldn't be surprised if they take a timeout pretty soon
Optic
to gather themselves.
Well, that's the thing they already did. The second they lost 2 rounds.
Second, did they?
No,
the first, right?
The first
okay.
one, but it was only 5-2, and they made the realization, okay, Liquid managed to win a round with pistols. In my mind, I was like, okay, they'll just reset and go straight back into things, but it seems like Liquid have just hit another gear. Scream now moving up to the top of the board with his multi-frag. The round before with Soulcast having a multi-frag. It just seems like every single player on Liquid has just gone up another gear from the first few rounds. Tour de force in for Ye. Now this is where you really don't want to be taking too many aggressive peaks if you're on that Liquid side. Bathrooms and then the wall on this side, the flash up, it's actually he's going over. That's a spike! That's a spike!
That's the smartest play I've ever seen. They had a second man to take contact, to take sprays on them. The wall up, and the cover allows them to take them down. The spike on the floor, isolating one player completely. Optic have been baited into a trap, and now, what's the response? Well, they've smoked it out. They've taken the control back, or at least they slowly will, and elsewhere Ye was trying to find some space. Optic are on the back foot, but at least the spike is now recovered. Yeah. They still have no openings to get in here. They're going to be running in blind, if anything, and at this point, I think 45 seconds left, they commit to B, and here come the Seekers to confirm that.
Yeah, just straight away, look at the rotation from Scream. He's looking to try and join up with the teammates, and Optic know that means they have to go.
Molly still. Keeping them out, they can't get through long, but they can actually. It bounced off, but well, then the gun comes through on Demasik. Trades are good, but not good enough as the reinforcements arrive to be. Team Liquid equalize 5-5. A map that Optic are hailed as one of, if not the best on Tom, and right now they're looking clueless.
I'd almost be tempted to take that second pause. Like, just some of the rounds that have been happening, like, this is maybe one of the most cursed things I've ever seen. Like, I don't believe for a second that Yumpy's plan was to wait until he got flashed and then roll it. Like, unless he is a psycho, which there's arguments for it again. I'll put it that way. But just the fact that it was crashes with the spike as well. Like, that, it's just not the start you're looking for, and that shakes up the entire round. You lose your flashes.
Oh!
Ye over the last few has been a little bit quiet. Look at the confidence the team is facing with, and you know what? You deserve that.
Maybe. Demasik down, Smoker gone.
उसको दिख नहीं रहा था क्या?
Side as Optic look to push forward, forcing Soulcast out with the nade. He might be about to be peeked from sight, but look who else is sneaking around, pushing up on Lamps. Nevera doesn't want to swing wide, doesn't want to risk it on mid. They're just now spotting Finesse. Good look on the way out. The orb up, and he'll make it into the TP. There's no way that he hunts him down. The snake bite through, but he's caught by Victor in the meantime. Great baits from Optic. They're finally finding their stride here. This Team Liquid are left in a 2 versus 5. And of course, Tom, again, it's the weaker buy that gives them this advantage. The chaos that spawns from it. They had a flash. A flash went over on B, right?
Yeah.
Optic then think, okay, they're B, let's go A. But the rotations have come through.
It's not a bad read. Scream's managed to drop one. The peek out from Soulcast finds another. They've also managed to deny the plant with the nade, and he also has his showstopper online. The spike has started running in the other direction. They will make their way onto the other side of the map, and again, Victor just being able to hold from behind. It put Scream alone. Trying to fight this one back. The timing's not bad through the snake bite. He's just frying within it. But he has turned it into a 1v2, Mitch.
There's no way he uses a showstopper here, not with 56 HP, but if he can find a kill, then it could come through, and it was close. The bullets whizzed by Finesse's heads, but he delivers them in return. 6 down for Optic. They finally found another round, but I didn't think that a 2-round lead would be the best they could walk away with. I didn't even know Team Liquid would reach 2 rounds in this half.
Well, that's probably the one round that Liquid really shouldn't have lost.
Yeah.
So you look at some of those early battles, Demasik, a little bit silly. Then you had the attempt to
put a snake fight through the TP,
उसको दिख नहीं रहा था क्या बंदा? A player lurking behind. That was the kill there from Victor. So we are seeing a few of those elements from Liquid, but maybe they just get that little bit overconfident. And that was a couple of weak weapons. That was a Stinger, that was a Headhunter. So they have given Optic their SIG. Yumpy, though, we haven't seen much of this operator, and this time, yeah, you know what, though? I think we should put the ball down a little earlier. There we go.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But it has been broken wide open. Still, that opening duel, all they needed. Victor, the space taker for the team, the Neon on the previous map, and now your Raze blast packing in to take the crosshairs off the angles. Well, now he's being dealt with immediately. Scream still has a showstopper in his back pocket. They're close to having a res on Yumpy, just one more op shot needed, and I think Optic are going to be all too aware of that.
Patient stuff. Passive hold coming through from Liquid on the edge of the lamps as well.
I think Finesse is about to have the worst day ever. Op was spotted B long, and now it's rotated to A as he tries to come out and put his ult down, but luckily that shot didn't land. That could have ended Optic's chances in this half of going out with a lead, but now they're in a 4v5, but with Pit down and Plant, this could still be their round.
And the thing is, with the afterblast potential of Marv, this is going to become devastating. Liquid need to move very fast. Look how far back he's playing, just making sure that he can't be caught and can use that orbital strike whenever he needs it. We'll also have the Molotov to rotate him through. There's so much time that can be bought on the other side, and Crashies is going to drop the ult of Scream. This is looking less likely as the seconds go by, and every single duel going the way of El Diablo once again. Demasic, Navira, desperation on the cards as there is nothing to be found. One extra kill, but as said, they are ready for these afterplant positions, forcing him back into the corner. The time is already gone, and although there was a fantastic resurgence from Liquid, the half will go to Optic.
The lead as they close this out was looking inevitable when we started this map, but that comeback from Team Liquid, that streak of rounds, it's given them a chance, a lifeline over on their attack still, though. Optic seem to have found their identity again. There's been a couple of spatters in the works, but they didn't disappoint in these last 2 rounds.
I think
it was an exciting half, and well, although it slipped a little bit, let's see what the desk
Thank you so much, fellas, and yes, very exciting half. 5 rounds, 1 straight for Optic, 5 rounds, 1 straight for Liquid. These guys are boxing each other in the ring. You love to see it, but Bren, just starting off with you, man, there is a lot of interactions that are happening here, especially between Scream and Victor, or Yumpy at the end there with the op, like EA getting a lot of value as well. Feels like everyone has been contributing big in this game.
I think you see these big heroic moments from Scream pretty often as well, but this is the thing that's carrying them over the finish line a lot of the time, especially in this half as well, because Liquid did not get off to a hot start at all. They lost the pistol round, they lost the bonus round as well, where they should have been favored, and it really did set off Optic on this incredible pace, and it looked like they were going to be able to just roll over Liquid entirely on the first half, but Liquid did manage to wrangle their way back into this one, and it came down to the gunplay. In these gun rounds, they had a huge advantage actually over the course of this entire series. It's something along the lines of 75% of the time where Liquid have guns, they've got the full buy in their hands, they end up winning these rounds compared to Optic, where they are losing a ton of them in the head-to-heads. So it's been a massive element for them moving forwards in this series as well, and so far what we've seen, and the reason why Liquid have actually managed to make this incredibly close.
Scream has just been incredible right now, swapping over to the Raze. He's been playing a hell of a lot of it as of late, as well as that Phoenix, but he's coming up big in these defensive holds for the side of Team Liquid. Victor, while it's an improved performance compared to what we were seeing on the Neon on Breeze, it wasn't nearly as explosive as we have come to know from him on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. If you look at the score line, like Marv right now kind of come back online. It was a player that we were putting the spotlight on earlier on. We wanted to see his contributions to the team really come to fruition here, Brandon, and it did. But yeah, you're really hoping that in this next half that it's going to be, you know, it's going to be this this Victor revival, if you will. But I don't know, man. Liquid look phenomenal, and they look confident. Even
if Liquid end up winning this pistol round as well that's upcoming, that's going to be a big difference maker for them, because it's the same story. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the same story of them being unable to really claw out a lot of those pistol rounds to get them into the good lead. They've been great in a lot of full-rider gun rounds for them, but that has been the missing element. But this map looks entirely winnable.
Headphones are immortal. Both immortal. I am 300.
And carrying one of the forwards with the better weaponry.
And you saw that attack win percentage right there. That's absolutely to the roof. It's only from one series. It's versus CDG. It was very one-sided for Team Liquid to be able to take mine, but on the attack, they can be fierce.
All right, let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom to call the action.
Well, Tom, we're about to see Optic mount the defense on their map, a map that we know to be one of the strongest. In fact, they are one of the strongest teams. And just look at that down the bottom, 67% defensive win rate online across stage 2 and champions. Team Liquid not too hot on the attack either. This is the half you fear if you're an EMEA fan, but the one that should put Optic right back onto the map in this series.
But that's the thing, versus Liquid Gaming, they won 5-1 on the attack, but that was after an 8-4 defensive half. So they were in a much stronger position, and against the
ये play तो मैं करता हूँ यार, stream यार गंदा यार.
I think this is going to be a tough one, and definitely in need of a pistol, which
मेरा वाला play कर रहा है.
not been the best at throughout this tournament. They got 1 in this series, and I think only about 3 in the tournament.
Yeah. So odds are not going to be doubling up this time around, but we'll see. The attack has Team Liquid look to the A site. Victor is waiting here, Marved right behind him, and even some utility from Finesse that can come in to help. The Snakebite still up and online. A strong presence from Optic in this middle part of the map, and Team Liquid, they've sensed it. They've slowed it down with a minute left on the clock. And the key thing here being they don't have the information for anyone pushing behind, right? Normally you're comfortable they're not behind you, but they have to almost gamble on the timing this time around. And when they put that second bout of utility up, then utility comes back their way to slow them down.
Very patient stuff from Liquid. They're going to try and make a move once the toxins have gone down, and it's an entry for Soulcast. The pop flash giving them so much space, and the wall will garner them a plant. They've also caught Ye on the rotation. An incredible start from them in this second half. Can they convert?
Dimasic just had himself lurking for the teleport. Not a common position to be holding in a pistol, but one that has given them a massive advantage here. 5 versus 3. Finesse down, Crashies, the clutch player for Optic on the previous map. Himself and Marv have been playing well, but not this well. That's a little too much to ask. 3 more kills, an ace clutch for Crashies, and time against him. The spike ticking away. He's got to run into a triple crossfire. He isolates 1 at least, but in the Crashies! That 4th kill, unbelievable, but the clock is against him, and Soulcast will drop it. 6 on the board for Team Liquid, and they have got their second pistol of the series.
It's never easy, is it? It's never easy.
Crashies did something else there, man. I mean, caught reloading, jumping up. I thought it did 0. I think he got flashed, did he? No, he did, but the timing was maybe a little shaky, but still. Unbelievable work from this guy. You put him in a 1vx, he's just a different beast.
And it means that there's a very high chance that going into their buy round, he's going to have Seekers online, which on the defensive side, the amount of free information you get, the amount of, basically just how passive you can be, a lot of value as well.
Excuse me, तुमने 1v1 team
for that. That's going to be right actually drop to the deck. This is quite a heavy investment.
Excuse me?
I think that might be another one on the floor.
Pistol
this is starting to get very, very shaky for Liquid. The fact that they've just lost 1 to El Diablo and 1 to Classics.
2 Classics on a swing out bathroom, long range duel. This is an abysmal start. And for the heavy investment Team Liquid put in there, so many rifles to work with. And I think they've even pinged. There is still a rifle on the body of Dimasic. And actually, yes, he's going to go and get it. Navarra's rotating around. So he'll grab an upgrade. They'll still have their 3 rifles to play with, but they can't lose any. I mean, they've already lost too many. They can't lose anyone else from this point. And look what they're up against.
This is not like the buy we see from FPX, where they haven't invested into other weaponry. They have invested into other weaponry, and well, not the best dodge of a flash I've ever seen. I think maybe expecting contact from his teammate and instead just getting shot in the face. Yumpy though low, a Classic claiming another victim, and there's a player close, and they're running out of time. 25 seconds left for them to try and make a move. They're almost relying on Navarra to get something here, hoping there's someone giving him a free kill within this smoke, but they're in a crossfire. Soulcast tagged within inches of his life as well, and they have no time left on the clock. It's going to be Crashies to close it. A huge thrifty victory coming out for Optic. And an 8th round
now. Rifles
honestly, that could be the beginning of the end.
You win the pistol, something that Team Liquid struggled to do all throughout this tournament. Find 2 out of 4. But that is worth nothing if you come into a round like this. And the timing, yes, it was horrendous. That nade popped just perfectly. running through the wall as well. There were disadvantages there, but ultimately, this was just Team Liquid void of a game plan when things went wrong, and ultimately, they never should have went that wrong. I'll accept Ye's kill, but
Aditya, I'm supporting anyone who plays good.
That is the thorn in the side that I think ultimately drew blood.
Well, their conversion this tournament has actually been fantastic when they did win the pistol. Unfortunately, they're now in one of the worst situations they could be in. They've handed rifles over to their opponents. They've only got pistols to play with. Ults are going to start to build up for Optic as well, and they're going onto their stronger defensive side. Not feeling particularly good now for Liquid on this map.
Kya lineup hai?
But they have had heroes. That's been what has been a huge part of this map so far. Well, Soulcast proving just that, already managing to drop one, although I will say, Mitch, the gun is not going to be in the greatest spot to retrieve.
Yeah, I mean, Dimasic was pretty close to grabbing it, but he decided to go through the TP instead, move over towards his teammates, and look for this push to site. Weaponry disadvantages stacked. The Seekers gain the information. Optic should be looking for a rotation, but the reality is that TP could come in any moment now. They keep on their 2-2 setup. You got to be careful of Solkas. He's already claimed a victim with the Marshal in hand. He's going to be looking for more. That wall up, though, this was the problem last time. They've already avoided the nade, but so much more that can come their way.
And they're running out of time. 20 seconds left. And you can see there's already the crossfire in play. Flash out. They are going to be able to isolate Finesse, but they actually trade relatively well. A plant looking fairly likely. Again, though, they still haven't retrieved any guns.
Yeah, so even with the plant down, now it's going to be so much more difficult. Victor's coming behind. He has a nade still to play with, and Solkas, last man alive, 60 health. He's about to be blitzed out as well by Victor. I imagine a blast pack peek, no, just a dry peek, but it should be enough. Okay. Gets there in the end. Yeah. And then he couldn't really defend that spot with a Marshal from long anyways. The reality is they did some damage, but with the context of how this half has begun, Optic are well and truly ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally that would have been enough damage to make this purchase awkward, but because you handed them half of the guns that they have,
yeah,
it hasn't actually done any damage to the purchase whatsoever. Still though, in terms of ults, the only one online is going to be on the Liquid side. Seekers, of course, expended by Crashies in the last round. Orbital Strike equally as close, really. Dimasic slightly closer on the board. But this is where Liquid really need to show up. After letting that second round slip away, I think they need to break back soon, or this half could easily slip away from them completely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we need to see something for them early. That was close.
Oh, he's screwed.
He's down to 10 health. One bullet from Solkas, a straight shot, and he's gone. And there you go. Finally to be dropped. Finesse doesn't want anything to do with it. They'll accept it as an early disadvantage. This makes it so much more difficult, Tom, with Finesse all by his lonesome on B. The thing is, they still have that trap inside of Hookah. And until that gets destroyed,
yeah,
they're going to keep a much heavier presence around here, though that orb stops any sort of off-peak early.
Seekers is going to give them a bit of information of these positions. Victor, though, I think he just spammed straight through. Screamer's been able to trade him back. Molotov at least going to slow down the plant and potentially give a chance to El Diablo, but he's not going to get anything. Ye goes down, but Marved on the swing. It's now left on to Finesse. 1v2, he knows one's planting, going to try and isolate the other. He's spotted. Dimasic, the first is free! Soulcast just about finds him, and Liquid have their 7th.
An important round for Team Liquid. It came close, but they found the victory, and look what they've got to work with coming into this. Finally pushing Optic down to low credits. A showstopper and an orbital strike. Yumpy one away from the res as well. Now Optic are close to a couple of theirs, but it's 2 away at a minimum. That's going to be a little harder to connect off the bat on the defensive side. Crowd behind Team Liquid's comeback, but still a long road ahead of them. Again, slow build up into this round. Crashies early in the last was not something you really want on that Optic side, just off the basis of his agent. So much information can be garnered, and he's already spotted the majority of the Liquid team. Look at the aggression as well on the other side. Much just leaving Ye in an aggro position, and then if he teleports back, you also have the switch to the bait, which is Victor in that corner with a stinger. This really is just something that Optic are so fond of. Normally it would be Finesse that's in those spots. Of course, on this map, it makes a lot more sense when the positions to have Victor be the man with the stinger in the corner. Still, that stinger won't get an opportunity by the looks of things. It is going to be a full B play, but they're ready on the side of Optic. All these ultimates coming their way, though, surely going to cause some problems. A molly kill as Demon goes down, and a few of these players are lost. Drag out from Nevera buys them time, but they need the follow-up, and Marv is denying it all. Yay in the smoke, and he's aware that they could be coming behind him. Both players on the other side, and they find the kill as it fades. Still, they have to fight back out. The spike is not theirs. The nade, they haven't seen it coming. It'll do damage, but not enough to grab a kill. 1 HP on Solkas. He'll scream back up. They need to deal with Victor. 12 seconds or so to get in there, grab the spike. They need the kill. They've got to drop this man. He's still alive. 6 seconds. Solkas needs to run, and he'll
Victor, what a clutch!
Victor keeps Optic alive at 10-7. The lead is thriving.
As a shaky round, a very shaky round from either side. So many players left blind in the corners, and a lot of it came down to Marv just being able to pull 3 kills while all of these ults went on, even getting one with a Molotov again. I think that's the second time it happened, but it was this kill that sort of turned the round firmly into Optic's favor, and even then, you still needed Victor to clutch things out within the last second. Double digits connected. Liquid will take themselves a pause, and now Midge, their economy's in the bin. Even though damage has been done to the other side, even though Optic are not in the craziest position themselves, what did Liquid do here? Did they even purchase?
I don't think so. There's just not enough there across the board to allow a full purchase. You could grab 1 or 2 slight upgrades, but past that, this seems to be conceding an 11. That said, Liquid have looked good in some of these lower buy rounds, some thrifties that have gone their way. But over on the side of Optic, it's the map they're known for, the side they're known for in Team Liquid. You can see the issues, you can see the problems. So much was committed to that.
Guys, can we have some likes and subscribes, yo? Huh?
Showstopper Orbital Strike. 2 of the most powerful ults they have on their side. I think the only thing that could really change this round is if they get into a Viper's Pit after block. Sure. And maybe Scream. Scream having a hero rifle, it's always dangerous. The problem is on the other side, you've got ults starting to build up. So the economy's low for this round, the chances are Tour de Force and juggle a rifle over to someone else, and you have a pretty strong buy going into round number 19.
That's going to be the Viper's Pit used up on B long. Containing the control. Not the common spot to see that one going down. The 2-man B hold a trap inside of Hookah. It's a very powerful position to play from. They can stack up A, have these crossfires ready. I don't like that the shorty's out. He's ready for someone to come blitzing in. I respect that. No one's making a move on Team Liquid. A minute left on the clock, and they are spread in a default, just looking for the control.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, you look at the map control that's claimed even just by the trap, you don't really need to be taking too many risks here. Yay, it's a nasty spot, and well, that's all he really needed. 1 kill off the back of the shorty. Tour de Force will be online for the next round as well when he needs it, but well, he's racking up the kills anyway. They're going to have to heal up onto Scream to at least give a little bit more in terms of that rifle, but with 30 seconds left, eventually they're going to have to just blitz in.
Yeah, Nevera going down. You don't have that Viper's Pit to fall back on anymore. Doubt they're going to be popping a res unless they flawlessly win these duels. That's a good start for Yumpy.
Bloody hell!
So many more players here. Now the hero rifle steps it up, and Ye is gone. The res could
Bloody hell!
This round, it was looking clean for Optic, but Team Liquid have somehow stormed their way back in. That's not the right weapon for that range, and he hasn't got the right pistol. He's had to go to a Marshall, and now down goes that Viper's Pit after the res. This is unbelievable for Liquid. They take hit after hit, and they look like the route, but this team,
with 1 Vandal and 2,
they can always fight back into it. I am perplexed by what we have just witnessed here. 8 rounds for Team Liquid. Optic, they were knocking on the door of victory, but now the game is really on. what does this do to their economy as well, man? Look at this, nothing there for them.
No, that's the thing. This was meant to be the economy building round. Thankfully, Finesse will at least be able to get one rifle through into the next and remove everything on the other side. But yeah, this was the eco, and I was saying that if you get the tour de force, because they had some weak weapons in this round, they'll be able to juggle up to better weapons. Instead, their economy has been obliterated. The question is now, do they invest the tour de force to try and sneak this round through? Or are Liquid just going to get to within one? Because that's what it's looking like right now. That is a huge blunder from Optic that have given a lifeline to Liquid.
Should never have happened. They have something to work with here at least, with even more ultimates online than when we started the previous. The chances really relying on someone like Ye finding this opening duel. They've heard the tour de force though, and just look across the map. Everybody is tucked into corners waiting. You know that with this weapon being the pinnacle of the round, he will go looking for victims. He will go looking for kills. Whether he finds them or not is yet to be seen. He'll get one for free. The timing could not be better. And no response from Team Liquid there. That's a duel for Optic, and they are happy to concede the control now.
Yeah, they even try and throw in some util to slow him down on the way back out, but the fact is instead they're pushing into the rifle. Finesse needs to get something here. He's just been domed. The B site somewhat open for business, but the fact is the rotation's coming from Ye. And again, he's so good in these scenarios, they have to back away. The thing is, we've seen a showstopper expended, and look at this position, up close from Crashies. That's exactly where you want the frenzy.
He's even thinking about going in the smoke. The timing is so good. Another kill for Optic. Anything you can do, we can do better. Optic are on 11. A thrifty round in response to a thrifty round. Well, we heard from Solkas whenever they scrim, it's back and forth, and well, he's kept his word coming into this game.
Balance has been restored in the world.
Wow.
But that's the thing, it must be nice. It must be nice having Ye on your team, and I think Scream knows it. Like, that's a round that could have easily put them back into contention for the map. Instead, their economy has been obliterated. Bear in mind, even though they won a thrifty round, no one survived it. They were trying to kill Finesse and remove every single gun. Now, well, look at it. This is full investment from most of the players.
Yep.
Oh?
Putting it all on the line.
3 C-long
success they've had before, you can understand why, but a lot relied on ultimates. Quick play up through middle. Ye doesn't know whether he'll find a victim, and finally he does. The advantage is theirs. The spike is dropped. The rotations can start to come through, and that they will. Look at this flank. As quick as you like. Marv able to pick one. Victor steaming forward with him. And the blast pack to push the players back. Lamps to be cleared out completely. And they are just trying to push these guys into ranged fights where they can succeed time and time again. Solkas, the last man versus 4. And I think we're looking at Optic on 12. They've lost a few clutches, but
no.
Is a bit too much.
I refuse to even give that one the time of day.
Solkas,
if he pulls this off, then I think we just give him the map. I know he might even play the last few rounds and just go, you know what, Solkas, 1v4, that takes it. Yeah, I think he's going to get the plant, but that will really be and honestly, a plant's not bad. Like, that's
how bad the situation is right now for
Liquid, that a plant actually might help them out a little bit, because their finances are screwed for the next round. Any kills he can get would be nice, but realistically, he's already got his ult. Nice shot on the first, but eventually the trade comes through for Marv. As said, he has had a real resurgence in this map, comparatively to what we saw in the last matches. It sets this series up wonderfully, but Optic, have to bear in mind, it's never done until it's done, especially when Liquid are on the other side.
4 more rounds, though. They only need to pick up 1, and with performances like this coming out from players like Marv, it's hard to believe they don't find at least that single round. They don't just push it over the line just about. Now, whether they get it here or not, look, Liquid have got a bunch to work with. Again, the Seekers, the Orbital Strike, almost a showstopper. It's conceivable that they come out with a round, maybe 2. But this is Optic's map, and it's Optic's side. For them to end up on an overtime, I think they really would be mentally boomed then.
Oh, they're not mentally boomed at all. Look at them. They're pushing all the way down. An aggressive finish to the game, it seems, as Victor is already going to drop down 2. A wonderful start and a surprise for Liquid.
Soulcast
Not
be
a
like,
particularly good
मैं
one
तो
at
देख
that.
भी नहीं रहा था यार.
Yeah, he's
क्यों मारा
waiting
मुझे?
patiently as well. He's even going to get the information off the back of his trap and quick enough to close down
Excuse
another
me.
2v5.
Almost served as a bait, but he's just that little bit too quick, pulling off the kill.
Okay.
Good shot for Navera, but look how much more is against him.
He has retrieved an operator from that though.
2v4, grab a kill with the op, maybe. They have to deal with this flank as well of Marv coming up behind, currently watching for it, and the kill is found. Marv on a tear this game. He's looked great, and with 16
No
HP,
chance.
I
No
think
chance.
we can call it here and now. The defuse is underway, and Navera has no chance of denying it. He's got to sprint at them, and it's already done. 13-8. Optic's map choice, a map that they're one of the best in the world at, predictably goes their way, and we will be closing this on a well-deserved map 3.
Yeah, I think it's exactly where we wanted to end up, an Ascent map where both teams are likely to feel pretty comfortable to close it out. A different idea in terms of their compositions, which will definitely make it a fun finish, but I don't think anybody's particularly surprised that Bind has gone in the direction of Optic. They are sublime when it comes to this map, and honestly, I'm glad we're getting the series I think this deserved. The fact that we see
ban क्यों नहीं
Marv
करा
come
अगर
back
Bind
and
best
crash
है Optic का?
use his run of form. Yeah, he starts to be, well, that player that everybody fears. He ended that game with 8 first bloods. Like, that is just filth, just decimating everybody in the early round scenarios. And even though there were some blips, even though there were some mistakes, they came back into it almost instantly.
They absolutely did.
Like kro guys, like kro. 50 more likes for
Clutches in here
1500.
as well to really get them pumped up coming into the next. And Team
Scripted.
Liquid got a
मुझे भी लग
taste
रहा
of
है
what that
scripted था.
previous map must have
नहीं तो
felt
Team
like if
Liquid
you were
कैसे
North
नहीं जीत सकती
American.
यार?
We
होगा
couldn't
घर
ask
पे
for
होगा
a
भाई
better
Bind best
conclusion
में
to
पर
this
scripted
going
लग
on
रहा
to
है.
Ascent.
क्या बोलते हो?
We heard it starting it out. It's a good map for Team Liquid after that
Fracture भी तो
performance.
है क्या? बोला था
Coming
Optic
in
Bind
close
में
to
तो.
neck and neck, Tom.
Bind में
I want a
ban
long
क्यों
map.
नहीं
I
करा
want an
मैं?
OT out of the next.
I want some
Fracture
Phoenix.
भी best
That's
है.
what I
मैंने
want.
सुना
I
Optic
want to
का.
get a little bit more of the
क्या पता
Phoenix. I want to
Fracture
get
ban
some
करो.
more exciting comps coming through. And you know what? I want to see a little
Third
bit more
map
of the desk
Fracture हो तो.
before we do that.
Third
So
map
let's
कौन
throw
सा है?
this one off to the break and listen to the nerds sat just behind us.
दीदी दिखाओ यार. नर्ड बोल दिया भाई इसे पीछे वालों को. नर्ड बोल दिया पीछे वालों को. बुरा लगा. Ascent LX. Ascent तो मेरा मैप है मेरा. सोवा प्लेस दिख जाए. क्या पता वो स्ट्रीम देखते हो मेरा. मैंने सोवा प्लेस तुम्हें बताए थे. याद है? हो सकता है. सोवा प्लेस. क्या लग रहा है? Fnatic versus XSET वो भी करना है क्या? देखना है क्या? अच्छा खेल रहे थे. मैं अब जीता देता हूँ. XSET वर्सेस Fnatic बहुत अच्छा मैप होगा. मेरे को भी लग रहा है. यार मैं कुछ खाने का लेके आया गाइस. खाने का लेके आओ तुम भी. और जरा लाइक करो यार. 30 मोर लाइक्स. 30 भी नहीं, 27 मोर लाइक्स. 27 लाइक कर दो चुपचाप.
Optic Gaming told Team Liquid, anything you can do, I can do better, and it turns out what they can do better is Bind, because they walk away with that map 2 victory, and we're going to game 3. This honestly feels like the only way that this could end, Seth.
I mean, you've got the classic clash of NA versus EMEA. Now you've got these going up against each other. The Bind gets the win for Optic. All the way to 3 maps. Finally, we get a 3-mapper, even though yesterday it felt like we certainly did. We did not. It was double 2 zeros.
Yep.
But finally, we have a full
It's funny
series.
because you told me that. You were like, oh, we're getting our first 3-mapper. I was like, no, we didn't. We had 3 maps yesterday.
1917, baby. Woo!
Turns out I was there watching Valorant until the wee hours of the night. But Bren,
Yep.
an exquisite game across the board here. for Optic. I mean, you know, when you think about how this started and then how it potentially could have ended for Optic, it's good to see them bounce back, but Liquid did not make it easy.
No, they did not. In fact, they even started off on the right foot on the second half of winning that pistol round. Round 13 that you see went the way of Liquid, but Optic still wrangled it back with the thrifty wins. There was multiple moments where they ended up winning with a thrifty, and they actually evened up as well and cleaned up their gun rounds against Liquid, which was an important element. For whatever reason, you know, Optic sometimes they take a while to come online, but it wasn't the case. It was the case here, at least on the second half, but they did finally come alive, I guess, at the right time of things. And one of the big stars has been Crashy. This guy has been an absolute key member of this team, especially as they were playing on Bind. Great trading, great openings for them, right place, right time a lot of times.
I mean, in the first few rounds, he was 5-0-2, was just absolutely coming up clutch with multiple picks for his squad. And Crashy's, honestly, I've been so damn impressed by him this entire event through. Even when they were struggling on Breeze, when they were going up against Boom and whatnot, Crashy's was the guy who was minding clutches, trying to drag them across the finish line. And then here on Bind, he had one hell of a game. 229 on the sky, still is supporting his team all at the same time, is just dragging out of control.
Yeah. I think that, honestly, this guy's always been consistent. Every single global event, you're never going to get a bad performance out of Crashies, it feels like. You're always going to get a certain level, and then the times where he just raises above it, and he's playing on all cylinders, is the time that pulls Optic ahead. It matters like that with Bind, whereas looking, honestly, it was pretty rough for them at times, especially when
that 5-round stretch.
We've been going on and on and on about these pistol round stats with Team Liquid, about how they're not good at it, and the one game that they start winning them, where it should just be like, oh my god, an overwhelming advantage.
Finally.
No, Optic just pulls some magic out of nowhere, winning the thrifties.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch, really on both sides of the field here, right? You know, Liquid, I think, really finding themselves in this series, but also Optic really facing adversity here. One player that we highlighted as well was Marv. You know, just want to kind of touch on him real fast. Again, ended out that game 20-14, contributed quite a bit for the squad, and you could tell, like, when he's feeling confident, the rest of the Optic kind of just like rally behind him, because you know Ye's always going to be good for 1 or 2 kills there, Seth.
Well, 1 or 2, maybe an ace. Why not? I mean, he was just going crazy. I mean, Ye just single-handedly shut down multiple rounds from like the very beginning of it all. But yeah, Marv's looking a hell of a lot better here. It seems like head's been cleared. Now they're fully focused in. Everybody on the side of Optic is stepping up. Yes, TL did make it look a little bit shakier. That 5-round stretch that they had in the first half was especially a cause for concern. I started thinking like, oh, it's just going to be a 2-0. TL are actually going to be able to win this. But no, Optic, they swap sides. They just managed to execute it beautifully. Yeah,
well, you know, there's been a lot of talk online about what's going on in this series. Obviously, everyone is just so kind in their discourse with NA, EU, EMEA conversation. But let's actually get another segment of bird watching. I'm just glad they got my dome on the graphic there. Look at this. Wow. we're talking about the economy.
Bro, just pull it from Twitch chat. Okay.
Oh, man.
I mean, I think this is quite funny, but listen,
Listen, the USD's strong right now.
Yeah, I get paid in USD, fam. Trust me, I'm living. I'm living. Trust, I'm living.
Oh, man, you gotta love it. But, Seth, this rivalry is always there, but we go back into it again, and NA equals no armor. Hate to see it.
Well, it didn't really hurt Marv too much. Maybe in that round in particular.
I remember that.
I didn't even see this.
I saw it and I thought it was like something up with the UI, but no, he had no armor.
There's a couple of overheat moments.
It happens to the best of us.
It does, yeah, listen.
What was that one game where someone forgot to buy a gun? And we just
Fnatic forgot to buy full armor a lot of times.
Well, that's happened, but I mean, we had Scream forget to die to the spike earlier. He's just pulling a scary from Xerxia.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to the attacker spawn and chill with 3 HP and a sheriff.
Yeah.
Sure.
That was a weird play. let's put it that lightly.
We'll just put a pin on that one. If you're just joining us, though, by the way, Optic Gaming walked away with the win on Bind. That was a 13-8 victory for them. Of course, Team Liquid picked up their win on Breeze with a interesting composition from Optic Gaming, but it really was just every single player on that team, Brent, on Breeze was snapping heads, and one has to wonder, the Phoenix is coming back here.
Sure.
Is that the confidence?
Dude, I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm still not even sold on the Phoenix on this map as well for Team Liquid. I don't really know what that's going to be looking like, but one of the dangerous things that Liquid are going to be dealing with now is the fact that hasn't just woken up. The guy has kind of been awake, I think, for most of the series, but on Bind in particular, particular, he was 8-0 when it comes to first kills to first deaths. He was leading the charge for his team with a lot of those big kills, and if he carries that forwards as well, and you're dealing with Optic that are looking, you know, rejuvenated, I suppose, you know, to come off the back of the Breeze win, they seem unfazed by it. These guys have got the experience in their belts, they're not going to be worried about that. And now you're heading into Ascent. It's another map that Optic, you know, at times they look a little bit iffy, but actually recently I think they have been looking pretty good at. And I'm wondering, are they going to have enough in their back pocket to be punishing the Scream Phoenix? Because it's not necessarily anything that Scream on Phoenix has been doing. It's just been Scream clicking on heads a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, but he, you know, he continues to find some form of value on Breeze.
Bro, sometimes it be like that. You want analysis? There ain't no analysis. Sometimes it really do be like that.
Yeah, I mean, Scream is a bit of an anomaly, I suppose is the best way we can say it. But you know what I would absolutely love to see going into this, just completely shifting away from the whole Scream conversation, because I think he's locked in place. We know exactly what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
But I would just lose my mind if Optic decides to take a leaf out of Fnatic's book, run Ye on Jet again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Abandon the chamber.
Dude, I mean, we might see it. I can't... Here's the thing. I say this. I was about to say, Optic, I can't really see being a team to just, you know, chop and change their strategies ahead of time, like with short notice. But they did that on Breeze at the beginning of this series.
Didn't go well.
They changed their compositions. It didn't go as well. It was clearly untested. But yeah, I think the return of Ye on Jet would be quite an interesting thing, because the guy, when he's got full freedom, he is unleashed right now, and he is frying for them.
I think that if he comes at the gate, if he locks in that Jet as soon as it pops up on the Jumbotron in the arena, I think the fans are going to start cheering a little bit more for Optic than they have been, because he's always such a treat to watch. I mean, he's a treat to watch no matter what he's playing, whether it's the Jet, whether it's the chamber. But I would love to just see him just say, you know what? I don't care about your Phoenix. I don't care about chamber anymore. I'm just going to play Jet.
Yeah. And I think early on in this series as well for Optic, it was looking a little bit shaky, a little bit iffy with the trades. The team play was just off. I mean, you could just see that. It was like Victor was going in, the kills weren't really being followed through as well. A lot of the space that Victor was gaining. But as this series has progressed, as we've gone onto the comfort picks in terms of the maps for Optic, they've started to get back into their comfort zone. And I think, you know, we saw it as well from the players' mouths themselves, where they were talking about, well, this is the first time we've had a clean group stage in a big event. Normally they have a really shaky group stage. I know they had some ups and downs in the boom game at the beginning, but you know, Optic managed to sail their way to the playoffs without too many casualties.
That's true.
I mean, only dropping one map aside from, you know, the boom, and it was to Loud.
Yeah.
So totally understandable to go ahead and drop that map, and then after they did, they came right back into that series and they were able to close it out in a dominant fashion with the 13-3 on Pearl. So yeah, I mean, Optic have just been breezing by, and realistically, it's just only been Breeze that has caused troubles for them. They're 0-3 on that map so far in the event.
Breezing by, but not on Breeze.
Yeah, wasn't even thinking about it.
You knew it was coming.
I got like 5 hours of sleep. My brain is still waking up.
Yeah, no, let me tell you, Kickass is really enjoying Istanbul, okay? He's vibing out here.
No, okay.
It's your birthday tomorrow, you know?
I just stay up and talk to my wife because it's a holiday in Korea.
He's vibing with his familial conversation.
Just sitting in my hotel room.
Oh, man. Well, listen, guys. We are about to jump into this game. The players are locked in. This is going to be a pressure cooker, to say the least here. And it honestly could only have ended this way. Map 3. Prime Gaming Agent Select starting right now. Let's see Achilleos. If we get that, if we get Ye on the Jet, would be
wonderful.
He's the
first one on there.
He's the first one?
Nope.
No. Oh, it's a
disappointed!
Yeah, it's just standard stuff, I think, just leaning towards it. So Optic's still going to be playing the triple initiator comp. And this is something that they were playing as well. They actually haven't played Ascent this tournament. I had to double check that because I was like, oh, really? But no, they haven't played that many matches in the first place. No. So it's kind of understandable. And honestly, recently as well, out of the times they have played it, ended up being losses, which, you know, might not bode well for a team like Optic, but you could often learn the most from those losses, especially against top-tier competition of what you were doing wrong, what you were doing right. And the fact that they're continuing with this triple initiator comp, I think speaks to me that they actually have been probably working on it. They still have confidence in this composition. They haven't switched it up ahead of time for champions, and they should hopefully have some new looks for us. And then Liquid, on the other hand, dude, I don't know what to say about this one still. I still am not a fan of the Phoenix. I'm not a fan of the Phoenix. It is really cool that Scream makes it work, but I think it is just because Scream's just so damn good.
Yeah, it really is. But I mean, this is two teams that are, once again, not making really any changes to the comps that we've seen from the last time out. It hasn't been that long, obviously, since we saw TL play this one, but a little while longer. For the side of Optic, but just both squads having faith in these lineups.
Who's winning? Seth?
I think it's going to be Optic. Honestly, I think they got the momentum back.
Brandon, I'll go in with the NA bias. I think Optic will take this one. I think Liquid they put up a hell of a show so far, but yeah, I think it's going to be Optic.
All right, well, no pressure or anything for Optic, but the entire region is counting on Optic to pull this one out, and the same goes for Team Liquid. It could only end like this. Let's send it over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
We really expect nothing less than 3 maps when it comes to a series like this. We would have been robbed if we didn't make it to Ascent. But now that we're here, Tom, you agree with the desk? Optic takes it across the line?
I agree with the desk in most cases. I don't know with this one. And I actually want to say, when it comes to Bren says he doesn't like the Phoenix, and this one's for GB. It doesn't matter if you like the Phoenix! Because nobody cares. Going into this one, it's going to be super exciting to see. I know GB enjoyed that. Probably nobody else at home did as well. They're like 4 wrestling fans having the best day of their life. But yeah, I genuinely think going into this one, this is probably his strongest agent at the moment on this map. Like, I think everywhere else, like Pearl has been a little bit shaky. I think on Breeze, I really don't know. But I think he makes so much space that even putting him onto the Jet wouldn't have that same level of value. On the other side, the thing I really want to highlight is Marv. I think Marv on that defensive side, when it comes down to his Astra usage, I think he's one of the best Astras in the world as well. It seems like the fans are very excited to be getting into this one as we head into the final map of Ascent.
The barrier's already up, and we've seen some utility as they contest the control of B main. Team Liquid have Solkas on the other side. A Prowler's detected some enemies. They know now that that space is being taken. Optic are raring to go on the B side, but as the smoke fades, they don't make a move. Instead, they're going to look elsewhere, try to spot out mid, make sure there's no aggression coming through, but here's the reset, and here's the push to come in right afterwards. The reveal still confirms there's players close. They might not know there's this many. Victor, where is this going now? Oh, he's got him!
Yeah, Solkas goes for the push into the smoke. Not expecting them to be that close, and sure, the fragment's going to do a little bit of damage on the way through, but just look at the amount of space that Victor has already taken. The site completely under the control of this attacking side. The flash has come through. Yumpy has just domed out Victor, and they've been able to reclaim this much faster than you might have expected. But look at the push through Finesse. He's going to try and fight it, but he's got nothing for it.
Oh, what a push by Crashies! Recovering the advantage. Keeping the numbers in play for Optic, and he's resetting. He might even do it again. There he comes! And, well, the kill might not be his. But the round is Optic's, and that's all that matters. Another pistol under the North American's belt.
It's scrappy. I think that could be the story of this match. Like a little bit of over-aggression. Korean noodles. A little bit further back. By the way, that is a ridiculous stat.
Korean noodles.
That's actually ridiculous, especially when you consider how map number 1 went and how things were going for Team Liquid in the majority. The fact that he's still 13-1 in opening duels. I'm almost going to discredit anyone on the team that takes an opening duel instead of Ye at this point, because he barely loses.
This guy was doing a lot of that with the Headhunter as well. The value found on Bind on those long peaks, shutting down Demasik at times right off the rip. It's just looked so good. And Ye with a good game. We need to see someone on Team Liquid match that performance here. 1-0 as we start. And that puts Team Liquid down to pistols. It's not like they're doing anything massively special here. And over an Optic, a flash through the smoke, a Prowler, a drone, a lot committed. But just one piece of utility back in the other direction, and they slow it all down.
Okay, good luck out from Mark. The real danger man from this round gone. The Headhunter won't be showing anything for the rest of the round, and you can see because of that, there's had to be a little bit more aggression elsewhere. They've lost that mid control. Kickass goes looking into B, but
Optic FTW.
Now they're going to start lurking back in this direction. He might lose his life here.
मैं खा के कैम ऑन करता हूँ.
Yeah, but as he falls back, you know, these guys are hot on his tail.
पकड़ो 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 पकड़ो.
Shock darts on the way, pre-fires.
भाई को आवाज ही नहीं आई
even get a shot off in that scenario. Optic have seized the site, gained the plant, and Team Liquid's retake. It doesn't see any utility. Don't have flashes on Navarro or even Demasik. All three of these players capable of flashing you up, but not in this round. With two Sheriffs in a frenzy, the best play here is probably to try and contain Optic. You can see that's what they're looking for. Right now, that's not going too well. Keeping these players there so they die to the spike ain't too possible when they just come sprinting at you. At least one kill, but that's all they'll get.
Yeah, a pretty clean round coming out from Optic, and he recovered the Spectre as well. The extra weapon retrieved. Already online as well for Victor.
Let's go.
Divide also not too far away, so that's why they were pushing so aggressively. Because especially going aggressively into some of these sites, so you don't have that classic anchor player. Sure, that means their utility can't be taken away, but it also means the aggression that you want from Scream and Navira with the flashes will be gone. Like, you can't have those quick swinging peaks that you would normally get from those couple of players. So that could really close down the distance in this round in particular.
Crashians has gone in here for a Vandal. One guy investing a little bit heavy, but it could change that win rate just enough. You're straight blitzing and flash around is perfect. That Scream, he ate that flash. The sight not theirs yet with Yumpy, but he can't disappear. 2 kills, and that's all he'll get with an immediate shutdown on Solkas. The trade is as good as you could wish for in a round where Optic came in mostly without Vandals, and now that's all they've got.
Yeah. Essentially gonna get past the drop. That might be a bit of a surprise, but no, never mind. It's been spotted, and with the Cosmic Divide, okay, it locks them in, but it also means that Liquid, they would need to try and have something to get through. The crossfire on the other side is going to make this a tough move to try and get back in. In fact, they might just even want to try and hold them out. It's awkward. Navira will get one, but he's desperately low. Has to just look to fade away here and save the gun into the next round. And again, Optic are going to get off to a flyer of a start.
Really a fantastic round plan. I enjoy that Crashies buys the rifle, but that's not the key point of the round. It's Victor sprinting it into B, popping the old flashing Scream. That level of pace just wasn't expected. He barely had time to do anything. And if he was to do anything, it was to pop a curveball, one of his flashes around the corner, which he could not do. Completely countering out any sort of utility from Team Liquid, bringing it to close range fights where the numbers are in your favor. Optic couldn't have set themselves up any better.
Thank you,
got those dominoes and gave them a little tip. Now 3-0, and Team Liquid are forced to an eco.
Yeah, they're still going to have the rifle saved, at least.
Again,
this early control being taken, farming up the orbs back towards that null command. Already though, quite a bit of information garnered on the other side, but is patient. And a peek back in, yay again. Those opening duel numbers just seem to be increasing by the second. Now the response is going to be a tough one. I believe Scream, yeah, he's at least managed to retrieve the rifle. So that's something, that's some element of hope. But again, we saw this in the last map. It seems to take something to get Liquid back on track.
Look, even with him recovering the rifle, it's the patience of Optic. They started with a main control, they got paranoid, fell back and held for the aggression on B main and on middle. Getting those advantages. Now all that's left is to close out the round. The information game is strong. They've spotted both players. They know where the rifle is. They're going to fall back completely, avoid that rifle, and make use of the space being garnered by Ye and by Marv, who've pushed up on B main and mid. The rotations being heard. Ye knows he's got the spacing, and that's the rifle he's challenging and dropping right away.
And he's not going to overdo it either.
20 seconds, and these players are now moving back to mid. Where are we going with this? 3 kills for Ye, 15 on the clock. Demasik is still sat on the A side. There is a 1% chance. 10 seconds. If he can drop the planter, the timing is right. He's not being revealed. 6 seconds. And he's caught. He's dealt with.
A Prime Gaming flawless in the end, but I can see your worry. If they plant anywhere else, if Ye doesn't come through from the flank at that last second, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that he actually drops a spike, but in the end, fairly controlled for Optic. You're going to have the Tour de Force almost online on the other side, and this is where Liquid really need to make their stand, because this start from Optic has been sublime. They've been controlled all the way through, they've been pushing and pulling Liquid. The fact is, this composition from the Liquid side does revolve around the level of aggression, being able to challenge positions on the map. Now, I do think the operator coming into play for Yumpy will benefit them hugely with that, but at the same time, you look at the credits that are already there for Optic, they're going to have a lot of chances to adapt.
This isn't a case where you win a single round and get to even up the odds. Team Liquid are behind. Requires an insane amount of consistency to come out of this defensive side in a game that thus far they have filtered out of from the get-go. Optic and Ye find 4 kills in the previous round, and that's important for a few reasons. Number one, the confidence of this guy being able to go out, take that mid control, and now put that in the back of Liquid's mind. You leave that map control unchecked for a moment, and Ye could be making that play. But further to that, those 4 kills put him 1 away from bringing up his tour de force and maybe being the thing that challenges Yumpy on the off. Maybe not this round, but all he needs is the 1 orb.
Yeah, and both him and Marv being 7-0 is a pretty terrifying prospect already for Liquid. Again, though, this is where the dynamic could change. We mentioned that operator battle. The fact that Ye is #1 in the stats, and I believe Yumpy is #2. Well, only one of them has the operator for this round and is looking to try and take an early challenge on towards shore.
And there it is. Yumpy winning it out. Navarro up close. He's gone for a risky peek with the man advantage as well. That's a costly loss. They at least trade it back. But this leaves Dimasic for a while alone. Luckily, Yumpy's cleaning up those mid-fights, and as Victor emerges, there's 2 players ready to fight. They've dropped Dimasic. They've got themselves into a safe corner, and they'll slip underneath the door, even throwing some utility to completely bait them. They might think maybe 1 guy can be here, but 2, it's never going to be expected. The numbers now equalized, and Finesse. Ow! They almost got colladed! Victor on 50! But he's got the 1v1. The man he's up against is Scream. And he's getting the orb. Scream will get it just in time. And now he's got his ultimate to play with. Thing is, that's being called by the team. He's just got his ult online. Well, he sure isn't in B main.
It's now up to Victor to try and play a little unorthodox, knowing there's a high chance that Scream is going to be able to play with that ult to give him a chance to take him out for free. He's gone all the way back in towards the market, a smart position to hold from. A spot unlikely to be checked, and maybe even a free kill coming through on the other side. The ult through. This could actually be very dangerous. If Scream doesn't find him, he could just go back. He's going to wait for him. This is brilliant from Victor. He's waiting to get that final kill, and I think Scream has made the realization. To get them their 5th round. Embarrassment for Scream, and elation for Victor.
One of the smartest plays we'll see from that 2vx. The duels chipping away, the door closed, the utility up top, the sneak through, and even that op shot, 99-1. It connected onto Victor with the body and the position of the shot, saving him so he could clutch it out at the end. That is one of the best plays that we're going to see for a while, and putting Optic on 5-0, crippling Liquid's economy. The impact is massive.
Oh, Yumpy's angry. Yumpy is angry, but it's only going to be the 1. For a trade out of a tour de force, not really worth it. That was the main threat they had in this round, although Mitch will tell you it's the Ares.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Ares, man. The reveal comes up, you're going down, but no, obviously the tour de force was the point man. This is what we talk about with teams that save that tour de force for one of these rounds. Obviously this one's more how it panned out, but we do see it at times where teams save it multiple rounds, play it on an eco, and if you go down, teammates can't pick it up. But now they can look to pick up advantages elsewhere, and Scream has the perfect timing. These players are sneaking their way in. He'll get 1 for free. Damage done. And here could be the reward, the follow through. The Ares not landing the shots. Still some damage done by it. Ye left on a sliver of health.
He's actually got 3 wrong with the position, but it forces him out into the open. Finesse is able to turn the tide once more, and space being taken by Ye. This could actually be the death of him. He's only on 8 HP, but no gun, currently out. And Dimasic will go down once more to El Diablo. They're rotating to the other side of the map again. Just playing with the players of Liquid, and Monavera might be able to get 1. Oh!
Let's play.
That hurts. At least they'll detect 2 here. He's even gotten the tour de force.
That's
that. The round closed, and sure, they commit an ult towards the end of it, but I'm not worried about that. This is a 6-0 scoreline, and Tom, unless I'm wrong, I think the crowd might be starting to get behind Optic a little bit, and it's hard not to with this scoreline.
The crowd is a fickle beast. If you watch,
got a crowd of GVs out there.
If you watch in Copenhagen, a lot of Fnatic fans, and then FPX started to win. And Fnatic fans started to disappear.
Boy,
People took off their jackets, sat there in plain t-shirts. Yeah, dude, I came here for FBX.
Yeah, I think Meg had a few of the crowd switching as well on her own.
Did they just try to seize hot hands and then just miss the hot hands? Is it a little shallow? Not on the same spot either way. I mean, Optic, they're not committing to this fully. They're just making a lot of noise, making a lot of presence, getting Team Liquid to be a little bit itchy on the other sides of the map, to go out for overextensions so they can find some kills. The trap caught Yumpy in A main, but the man that needs to be careful here is Dimasic. He's got practically half the team waiting for him on the other side, and now he's been spotted by the drone, but the one-way discourages them. A flash set up here. It's coming in from both of them. Trade kills.
What the fuck,
will
bro?
bail out of that, concede the control, and from this point, Optic can try to pincer into B. At least that's what Liquid are thinking. But they've still waited away on short this whole time. That's been spotted now, though.
Oh, Dimasic swings back, and yay! It's just too good in those scenarios. The individual skill of this man, unmatched
6-0
within the server. Yumpy, the last time he had an operator, he was ever so close to taking the round on his own. Just a sliver of HP on the other side. Hunter's Fury going through, won't be able to find him. He's still here, but the shot not connected. Half HP or less, and it is easily countered by Ye. In fact, Finesse also holding those flanks. Liquid are being obliterated right now. The only man that stands in their way from the half already being won.
An absolute masterclass from Optic on this attack side. 7-0 now confirmed as Scream falls. And they had the trade player there to take him down. Crashies was able to swing even if Marv lost that duel, as unlikely as it seemed. This is a game that just seems so difficult for Team Liquid to find any advantage in. And when they are put in these desperate scenarios, mistakes are being forced by Optic. That's it. I don't think Liquid are making mistakes as much as Optic are forcing them into them. Like, heavy control coming up on mid, the flash trade play, they start to make noise, they start to make the guys think, okay, we're coming B, and Dima swings, gets the info. It's the re-swing.
It's the recurring utility. That's what makes this triple initiator comp so powerful. It's just the fact that you're able to basically force your opponents into constantly looking for information while you almost have it for free.
DM, yes. भाई डीएम बोल रहे हैं भाई, देख रहे हो क्या कितने विचार है भाई की? हाँ, स्क्रीम होने के बावजूद डीएम बोल रहे हैं. Let's go DM.
But this needs to be close to flawless. They have ultis coming in, but no money. And I wonder what it's like to enter on a stage where the crowd cheers for you and they give a little golf clap for the others. You win rounds, you start comebacks, clutches, and they're on your side. But now, 7 rounds in a row, louder and louder, the cheers for Optic are ringing in as the rounds end. Team Liquid may even start to feel that they've not only lost favor in the series, but lost the favor of the crowd as well. And they have a while to go before they earn it back, at least as far as this map goes.
Yeah, they're attempting something.
No
trouble for him whatsoever. The aggression of Nivera once again finds nothing. Dimasic still waiting on the angle. It's almost a full rotation, just leaving Yumpy alone with the Headhunter deep in B main. Drone actually might allow him to get a kill, but there's other counter utility. Somehow he escapes. That's not bad for Dimasic. He hasn't had the most success. Every time something like that has happened, pressure from Optic comes out elsewhere.
The key thing there is Victor lobbing in the nade, the drone active, you only had Finesse to cover. Gave Dimasic the opportunity to quickly zip into the angle and grab one. But that was a mistake where 2 players are caught with utility out. Now the rifles in the same position for Ye, the same aggression that's won them so many rounds before. And the distraction coming in on the side. Well, it's not going too badly with the trades at least. But they've still got a completely unaccounted for player of Ye just having snuck into spawn. The off angle now, but expected or not, Yumpy was dealt with and the plant can now be found safely.
Yeah, again, it must be nice just having this man on your side. Being able to lurk through mid, do so much damage, and survive, at least in the majority of rounds. looking to get close.
The majority of he's 13 and 1, Tom.
That's the majority.
It's just one. He died once.
That's the majority. It's not all.
Give him a break.
It's not all round.
Survived that round with like 3 kills on 8 HP. Like, that's the closest thing to a Terminator I've seen. Unless we've got a vat of lava, I don't think we're getting rid of this guy. See if they can at least grab an exit. The player's waiting in the spawn. You can see Solkas has the angle with the rifle. He wants to save it. Wants to make it costly for Optic.
Excuse me! Yeah!
Sit back down. Sit back down.
Yeah, go to the spike. It's not worth facing. Yeah, you're not getting that kill. You don't want to give him an orb. 8-0. Just an absolute desolation. North America have come in here to make a statement, and that statement is being made.
Defeated.
Liquid come into this round with a lot of ults.
भाई क्रॉसर प्लेसमेंट देखना कितनी परफेक्ट होती है इनकी भाई.
No command. Nightfall as well. There's plenty to
Hack
play.
कर रहा है बैच.
You've even got Yumpy back on his operator. As said, the
Stop
closest
hacking,
round they
yeah?
had was based off that gun. The thing is, though, at the moment, they're up against an unstoppable force. C's down early will at least force EA back, but look at them. So many players on that B side, and it seems like an instant response. Optic have the perfect read here. There is nobody on A, and they're just going to waltz in for free.
A perfect pace change from them. Now, with the ultis online, Liquid are obviously content to play the retake. We are already having the Nightmare coming through. The Nightfall, excuse me, as the Nightmare attempts to take them, but Scream got caught. Trades are good. But for the ulti that was committed, I think they want a bit more. Dealing with the players on site doesn't look too easy either. There's just no inch being given. Damage done again and again. They fail to find anything. 9-0. Liquid have no credits left, and this half is already out of their control. How does this map look so much better for Optic than Bind? A map we were terrified for Liquid on. We said they didn't have a chance over there, but when it came to Ascent, Tom, they look so much better on this map. Well, not this time.
Yeah, that's the thing. I almost wonder if teams are going to have to start really questioning whether they play Ascent.
Just don't play Optic.
That's a good way.
Easy.
You just if you see them coming up on the bracket, you just lose before that happens. and then you can just try and avoid them completely. But yeah, a team who've been fantastic throughout this year. Once again, showing their dominance to the world, showing they're not going anywhere.
Well, they've shown their dominance to the world time and time again, but versus EMEA, less than 10% of the time they pull it across the line. 1-10 is their record.
Yeah, that's the map record as well. And in terms of series, hasn't happened for them.
And now here they stand, already doubling up those numbers, and for the 9-0 lead versus Sheriffs, things are looking fantastic. And the last round was high pace, okay? That was quick. Forget that round. Think about the rest of the game. They had such a controlled pace. Like, yes, when they go for pushes, they can be all out aggressive. They can have Victor on a third round with a Sheriff rushing in with his ulti. But the reality is, in most rounds, this is how they play. Yeah. Slow, methodical, allowing you to make a mistake. And when you don't, they're going to force you to make one.
Smoke down, but on the other side, the Cosmic divided. Solkas does manage to get himself one. Pistol from Navira! How is this looking like the first round they'll win? It is a Prime Gaming flawless out from Liquid as well. Maybe there's a little bit of life left in this team just yet.
3 rounds the best that they can get. Better than it was looking like we'd see. This play right there, he seized, but he still makes it. He has that little bit of room, and he just needs that small amount of space. 9-1 as Team Liquid find their first round, but Optic feel destined to answer back any moment now.
We saw the wind get into their sails last time after a slow start to Bind, but this has been a different story.
That can
get them going once again. Yumpy though already under pressure, some utility thrown through. And again, we're seeing Solkas just looking to try and challenge into middle. Has a little bit of support from Scream, but because of the lurk that's been going through so regularly out of Ye, they've had to actually post players up. However, that Prowler is going to tell them there's at least one here, but they didn't know the other. And actually, it's still Scream to get the kill. The trade, though, is back. so fast.
Yeah, fantastic reveal up and over by Solkas, but the response from Optic, they trade kills, they do damage to Scream, and now they're stacked up to take a one-way smoke fading as they attempt to swing the corner. Nivera meets them. Okay, tripling up in this round, 9-2. Team Liquid might just have
Nivera
if
feeling
they
it,
can push to 3.
okay.
They need that. They need the pistol. They need more than they've found the past 30 rounds. This is a tough scenario, with the wind starting to pick up now. The speed of this comeback yet to be determined.
By the looks of it, they need Nivera. I think that's the piece of the puzzle that's been missing. 6 kills over the last couple of rounds, 2 before
rounds.
that entirely.
timeout भी नहीं लिया बे.
Still though, a chance for Optic to close this out strong. Still having the weaponry, tour de force online as well. Okay, the null command has been built up. But again, they look to just pressure into this B site quickly as they have done before. Demasig left blind in the corner, and this time Nivera is almost dead within the first couple of seconds. But they have at least managed to force Optic back.
Oh, all the way back, in fact. Look, they're wrapping completely around. In the last round, we saw Solkas Scream in mid, a flash into the smoke, a reveal up and over, confirming mid control for them, guaranteed, and they found Finesse on the back of that. This time he survives into the late round. Cycle out the utility and look for info on A. But Team Liquid, they're reading this. They're sensing. Ain't been enough noise outside of B. They haven't seen anything there. Just managed to catch FNS. They maintain just the 3 players on the site. Still a flash to play with for Scream, and Solkas needed that fight. They'll hold on to control, and he'll go down. Victor with a phenomenal trade, but they're not going to A. They're faking it out. 3 players there. It means only Demasig is seeking him out. 9 for Optic, and it could be double digits pretty soon. Look at this position. Surely not expected. They actually are! They clear it!
And the spike is only just making its way towards the site. Tour de force now activated. Yumpy gonna get caught. They know that he's coming from behind. Even still though, Marv, he's just burning! 2 HP! Almost goes down! And now looking to try and pressure through Scream. He knows that this spot is being homed in on. Not wanting to give Ye that peek, and he won't connect the shot this time. They have been able to garner some space, but do they even know Marv is here? He's lurking within the smoke. If he gets the timing right, he might be able to win them the round. He might not even be needed at all, though. The timing's spread through, and yeah, he's going to be the one alongside him to close it. We've heard of a 9-3 curse. We've heard of Optic's curse versus EMEA. Is there going to be a 10-2 curse and somehow a turnaround for Liquid?
In a game where Ye comes out of it 19-3 in the first half, it is hard to argue against the green wall sweeping over EMEA. NA looking fantastic. Is there any hope from the analyst desk?
Baby, sometimes you just gotta let a chef cook. You know what I'm saying? And Ye's out there cooking.
He is cooking.
He is cooking. He's making a filet mignon. All right, and it's flavored with Team Liquid's tears. This has just been rough for Liquid, Brent. Look, I'm just calling it what it is. That was just nuts. You couldn't have asked for a better play here, even at this one as well, Brent. How like Team Liquid, they thought they had the reads. Oh yeah, but here's Victor.
Yeah, I mean, this play was just iconic, wasn't it? Just a really fundamental outplay. I mean, what a way to highlight, I think, the way that half was going. Because you saw improvements from Optic across the board with the way that they were playing. I think they've made great strides with this triple initiator composition and how they're playing it. But when Ye is putting up numbers like this, and Marv's is also right beside him, much more reasonable numbers than what you'd expect, it's just so hard to stand up against Optic.
One-side domination.
It's time to stop. It's time to stop the discourse around who is the best player in the world. Just accept it. It's Ye. He has been for a while now. The guy is absolutely cracked out of his mind. 19-3, up against Liquid, here in map 3. The pressure, it just doesn't even exist to him.
No. The guy is just cool, calm, and collected, ice cold, El Diablo on the stage. And this guy is just a casual reminder, I think, to everybody that he's still making a case for best player in the world. He's still here, by the way. As much as everybody likes to brush Optic under the carpet with their team, their overall players, this guy is still making statements.
Yes.
It has been clinical from Optic Gaming. Does Team Liquid have a chance? They're going to have to dig deep in this second half, or else Optic are sending them to the lower bracket. Mitch and Tom, over to you.
13-11.
One of the better series we've seen out of Marv at this tournament. He has looked fantastic, but himself and Victor's performance crashes on previous matches. It's just been overshadowed a little bit by Ye.
Ye is one of the most consistent players.
10-2. This is a tough spot to play from if you're Team Liquid, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Seems inevitable that Optic close this out.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah. Just let
them really stew in the fact that this is 10-2. Oh god, that is not the time we were looking for. I guess it gives them the chance to maybe reset the momentum a little bit, but I think we're really clutching at straws if we think this is going to do much to really benefit the side of Liquid. It has just been a decimation. Again, I think lest we forget that this Optic team always had their struggles early on. They come into the playoff stage and they have always been impossible to beat, it seems. Last time around, a top 3 finish, that was almost given question marks because of the performances of the likes of FPX, PaperX. PaperX are already gone. FPX in the lower bracket. Optic 10-2 up in a map that would finally have them beating an EMEA squad, and I think putting any doubt out the window.
I think it's one of the worst things to have to sit in this sort of scenario as Team Liquid. They obviously have a little bit of a technical issue. All that's being worked on. They're sat there, not discussing with their coach what's coming up next, and even then, it's the pistol that we're going to be kicking off on.
They're really good at those as well.
Yeah.
That's the scariest thing here.
We just need this pistol. And if you think about it, hey, they've actually won 2 out of 5 pistols so far. But one of the ones they won, they lost the follow-up round and then got shut out at the start. It definitely a new face of Liquid we need to see.
Yeah, they need someone to step up. And luckily in the last couple of rounds, it was at least like Navira being able to show that that stature of an incredible player is still there. Even still though, it's not enough. It's not even close to enough.
Crowd diff though. It certainly has been, man. I think comparing this to even going into like the last couple days of the previous event, I mean, we are only getting started here. Second day with the crowd. It's only going to get better. We're only going to get more packed out. And yet, it feels like it's got 3 times.
Yeah, he never misses in land.
He never misses in that. I agree with you. That is an 100% accurate sign. I will say, the one thing that excites me most about the next series, like, there was an opportunity here for Optic to silence the crowd and even turn some of the crowd. In the next game, if XSET managed to turn the crowd, we will also start seeing Psycho walk on water and turn water into wine. Like that's the sort of miracle he would need.
He's got the hair for it, man. I wouldn't.
That's true.
I wouldn't deny it. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we had the crowd turn to Optic so quickly on this third map. But
I think it's still mixed. I don't think they've gone. They're
not gone completely.
They're in hibernation.
Liquid went around. They're there for it, but you heard it on the walkouts, man. You saw Ye come out. I was expecting the same roar, and it was just,
yeah, for sure. But the thing is what, like, especially with. Firstly, we've got the Turkish region normally playing within EMEA, so they will have seen these stars week in, week out. Especially if you are like a fan of like BBL, Footballist, you will have seen Scream do some pretty nasty things to your teams in the past. So he definitely has a fan base knowing how strong he is as an individual player. Not been here yet in this game. Now I will say, going into that attacking side, that is where you do normally see Scream shine. Farming up those orbs, taking the space, opening up rounds. The thing is, I do feel like just being humiliated like that early, firstly, it will have angered him and probably pump him up, but he has looked a little flat.
In-round calling allowed नहीं है ना coach को? Like coach
certainly didn't go according to plan.
Like किसी round के बीच में कुछ बोले?
Moving into this, I can see the logic. Yeah, Scream picking up orbs on the attack and so on, but one mistake and it will slip out from under them. Now we have to begin things on one of the weaker aspects of Team Liquid's play. The players are getting amped up and ready to go, and well, these next couple seconds are going to decide everything for Team Liquid. If they don't win this pistol, they're already looking at that lower bracket run. This comeback's got to be one of the most difficult to make happen. DRX can do it, anyone can.
कल मेरे को फिर से पीसी उठा के ले जाना है वो भाई का ग्राफिक कार्ड
There is a man that will come up and fight you. I will tell you that now. He isn't that far away. But yeah, we are going to be getting back into things. A crucial pistol needed for Liquid, something they haven't been able to pull off too many times throughout this tournament, but they are in desperation for one. They are all building up outside of B. Now they've avoided that haunt, which might sell a bit of a nasty fake, but they're just sprinting it, running all the way through, looking to try and take these early fights, and they have been spotted making their move.
A pace. Oh, right out the way that Optic, look.
Hello?
They seemed ready for him. Nobody's caught off, no one's in no man's land, and they've got double stack up on the site. 2 players ready to take these duels now. A 4v2 as Optic win every single one. And the history of Team Liquid's pistols repeats itself here. 11-2. Surely that's the final straw for Liquid.
I'm telling you
coming
now,
into
this
round.
match, Team Liquid.
I mean, you take the eco, 12-2, 10 rounds in a row is pretty tough. You don't take the eco, you probably already lost.
Yeah, it's pick your poison. What is the worst case scenario? Well, probably not having a buy at all.
Well, yeah.
So they're just going to have to take the pistols in this one, try and get something done with them. They are a team known for their pistol play. Even still, the percentage chance of them stealing this one is low.
Yeah, when it comes to thrifties, somehow the pistols are a little better in their hands. When it comes to pistol rounds, not so much. Round 14 and Optic already knocking on victory's door. Sheriffs all around for Team Liquid. They've spread out to look for these advantages, look for the duels. And I think a lot of this, you know, these early rounds, you're looking for information, you're looking for, okay, that prowler walk by. That's a decent opportunity for Yumpy. Something unaccounted for, and Optic lose a man. Still everybody else running with those fully automatic weapons. Team Liquid will be diving, actually, so it's just Finesse on his own. The Spectre's going to have to put up some numbers, and the timing is so poor!
It's been taken out by Yumpy. An opportunity here. Scream gets spotted, but actually it's Yumpy again. He's just taken over this round. 3 kills already. A lifeline may be possible. It's a little bit risky, but Navera gets the kill anyway. Marv now left alone, and he's going to be executed. If there was a hope in hell of this series turning, Liquid needed a round like that. And well, thankfully, Yumpy has given it to them.
11-3. Light at the end of the tunnel, still pretty dim. But being able to catch some of these duels, the pace, catching them off guard and winning a round like this as well.
Nice shot.
Might give you that mental reset. Still, the concern for me, trading rounds back and forth, we've seen it. I've seen it on previous maps, and now rolling into this at 11-3. Optic, they're going to take a nice light buy. They don't have to rush this to the finish line, conceding it essentially to Team Liquid. But based on what we saw on Bind, where the Classics were able to decimate a very similar buy.
He still has a headhunter as well, so let's not be silly. The man can still do damage, but Liquid have bought so much into this round. They've just gone straight for rifles. No point messing about here, and well, they're just going to slaughter the players within the B site. An easy take, some confidence built, but ultimately a long way from changing the outcome of this map.
Scream up close. It's a risk. One that pays off for the first, not for the second. Now a rifle can be retrieved with the door closed as well. There's not even a chance of sight lines, and you can see Marv's idea. I'll take that rifle into the next round, thank you very much.
That's a little bit of a bonus. Something they won't be able to save as well, which for Dimasic will be a little bit of extra frustration.
दरवाजा बंद है भाईजी, right में देखो.
Although he is going to get a kill for absolutely nothing, and now they're going to go on the hunt. The thing is for Scream, although he loses the gun, it's still somewhat worthwhile just to get the orbs. To have that free opportunity to run into a site. As said, that's where the danger truly lies if you're up against Team Liquid, having that run it back. And actually, they are getting ever closer to stealing this away. Only a second or two left for them to try and kill off this player, and it looks like Marv will be allowed to hold onto the gun.
Yeah, Navera just had 20 HP. He was the closest man to it. If that's your Spectre, sure, he's going to be swinging around that corner just looking for you, W keying the rest of the round, but no point risking an extra rifle for a fight you're probably going to lose. 11-4. So many rounds needed for Team Liquid, but a run it back online immediately. They can use that coming into round 16. And
Maro TL, Maro!
such a heavy success early on for Optic when they went for that blitz out to B. Victor had his ulti online early, and it was the deciding factor, essentially. For Team Liquid, though, I don't think they've gotten the value out of these running backs. I mean, half the time they're getting knifed coming out of it.
Yeah, we didn't see too many of them. The one we remember wasn't pretty.
Guys, like karo, 2k likes kar do yaar. Come on, let's
double up in towards the market. Rifles finally on the board. Ults not really close, particularly for the side of Optic. Already looking to go quite.
But मैं तो कह रहा हूँ डीमा सिक्को आगे भेजो.
You imagine the point of contact is going to be Scream. He's getting ready to go for the flash, and well, yeah, he's completely blind, but he hasn't seen him. He's missed him, just sat within the corner of the spam, doing a decent amount of damage as well. And this is all the while Crashy's at the back of the site.
The shot from Ye connects. This guy shut down the run it back, shut down Navera as well. So much utility evaporating out of Team Liquid's hands. Grenade down. A star waiting, a flash to pop. The swing from Victor could grab information, but he goes into the smoke! Unexpected, and the follow-up from Marv, trading it back and forth, keeping the advantage! What's lost now? Ye thought he could sneak his way in, but he's been caught! And now Liquid given another chance to take this across the line to keep themselves alive.
Deemasick is so lucky to be alive. He TP'd into the site and still managed to headshot Ye before he realized the danger man gone. But this wraparound could be everything. Are they even going to expect it? They will now with the steps, and Soulcast up close is going to drop another. Liquid, they come back to make it 5. Still desperately close and a little bit of luck along the way. I want to see that kill out from Deemasick again, because he should have been dead. He TP'd into that site blind while in a smoke. Watch this. It's just madness! It's just madness!
11-5. Nice! Another round.
Tod de! Yeah! Tod de! Pura tod de! Tod de!
Desk thought it was safe, but little did it know. As we said, still so much more to do. But this is where at least a reward will be found right away. Optic down to pistols, down to lighter weapons. 1 rifle in play for Marv. Everybody else going to be taking a bit of a back foot in these early fights. Now, the thing for Optic, they've had a lot of success with these rounds. They take risks, and this risk on the push into mid is going to allow them to have a very early flank. Already Marv, the man with the rifles, coming behind, but they've managed to root out FNS. Nobody is on the B side. Marv can find the value. Flank timing can be as good as it looks like it will. He's only got the damage for now. The kill at least on the swing, but Ye gets traded. This is not as good as it could have been, but at least he finds another. This is keeping the hope alive, and Victor can get a
hello.
Through. He was inches away from dropping the spike. The next man around was actually Deemasick, but all in all, Liquid are not in too bad a spot. They'll remove some utility as well. Victor still has all of his flashes to play with, but he's going to have to wait for them to come back online. Gonna use the knife first, flash over the top, it leaves Yumpy completely blind, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna connect both shots anyway. The distance down now to just 5 rounds, but still, the ult's starting to creep up for either side, and Ye, well, I feel like he's been out of the action in a lot of rounds so far, Mitch. All it takes is one. Hit OT.
That's always gonna be the problem. For Optic,
team flash hua tha na,
might start to feel the tension build bit by bit, but at the end of the day, they are still ahead by such a significant amount. This pause, I think it's the right time for it.
Yeah.
Like you said, with that gap down to 5 rounds, you're not that far away from catching up. They'll take their time now to hopefully close it out. Remember, they've got a ton to play with. We're going to see another round where Ye has the operator. He's even got his tour de force if he wants to pull that through. I see Yumpy is going to be doing that.
Yeah, I think this is a time as well for Finesse. Like, he has said it many a time in interviews that he almost loves
Team Liquid agar jeet gayi na,
he will almost relish the fact that the crowd is firmly in the favor of Liquid at this point, but they don't want to let it get too close.
क्या गिव
He came out of the previous half smelling the roses.
गिव अवे करूंगा गिव
And it's funny to kind of say, you know, oh, he's been a bit
Team
quiet.
Liquid
It's like
जीती तो
he's having a good half.
He still did well in the pistol. It's just the last couple, maybe not so much.
It's not a bad half. It's just a few rounds that have slipped away. Still 23-7. You know, it's a mediocre performance for sure. Something I'm sure anybody on Team Liquid would be after right now. We had Navera as the hero of some earlier rounds. Yumpy stepping it up here in his tour de force. What's going to be leading this round around the mid-peaks, looking for some duels. But obviously, if you're on Optic, you're fully aware that this is in play. You're not going to be going, jumping into angles. Just
you're also seeing Liquid use a fair amount of utility into mid just in case EA is there. If you're taking over this control, you don't want to risk this man finding a hell of a lot of value. And actually, I think that's both Prowlers already gone for Soulcast. So very worried about this push coming through. Instead, he's taken deep B control, and now they set up into A.
You also have Demasik, ult online, so he's lurking outside B, and with all this utility and the Prowlers going through, and now they look at an A push, that might just get the push to come out of Ye. If he swings a little wide, it could be massive, and never mind the possibility of going back, perhaps, but at this point, why? You just plant it down, and I don't think Optic will even want to contest for this. Demasik almost just becomes a hunter now. Instead of lurking on one side of the map, he's going out looking to draw blood.
I don't know how they're doing it, but they are avoiding Ye. I feel like he's cursed in this half so far. He's been on the wrong side every single time, and the faster pace pushes, giving away very little information.
DM
are really
causing
issues now for Optic. As you said, Demasik, there's a lot of value if he can take these guns away, especially that operator. Even considering throwing in the paranoia, but waiting for some teammates to come through. He knows that they're going to be on this other side, but Ye is already going to connect one of the shots. It's still worth attempting to remove some of this weaponry for Liquid. Anybody they can kill off is a gun that's going to be gone for the next round, but Optic are holding strong, and this is why they've been quite lucky to avoid Ye. He's just wiped out 3 of them.
They found
nothing
on that hunt. Optic, well, breathing a sigh of relief, I imagine. Those weapons carried forward, they can mount a full buy here and still have a decent chance. That reveal going uncontested, costing heavily as the players swing in, knowing exactly where to look. 4 between them.
I got my Prime in my store, please give me.
Asked me at halftime. I'm not sure I thought this was possible. The attack for Team Liquid looking stellar, but as we said, only one mistake needed. And so far, they've done a great job avoiding Ye. But one round, he's going to get his sights on a player, and that's where things can just take a turn for the worse.
5 in a row now for Liquid. Again, they've got this lurk. A different player this time, and they are looking to try and build in. Now, bear in mind, you do have Scream with that run it back, going straight through, but Ye almost avoiding him at this stage. Not trying to find him, he'll get him with the no-scope, and they are pushing into this man's crosshairs, but it's only a trade-out. It still gives the space back for a couple of players to peek in. However, the site has gone the way of Liquid once again.
Look at Yumpy. He is so late getting around here. It's being spotted for, though. Finesse. Wise to his tricks, has now caught the kill and main control. Team Liquid sectioned into the site. Nightfall on each side, thrown out. Soulcast in trouble. He had a Prowler on him, but the awful Scream on the backside is taking kill after kill. The clutch player of Crashies, he's been so damn good, but this time it's not happening. Team Liquid are on the way back, 11-8. And Optic have got to be sweating now. This game should never have been this close.
There's no way, right? There's no way. I still can't believe until we see
the fuck, nice shot.
11 scoreline. But I can tell you now, the crowd behind me definitely does. Scream just picked up an operator. That's already enough for me. A 2v3 clutch. Even with Ye being on the right side, even with Victor being able to push through and hit a timing, and that's the thing. That was their sort of riskier purchase. Now they come in with purely SMGs. And well, a tour de force for Ye.
Great flash, follow through. And he's got the control, the ability to TP out. Can't go too much further around that corner, but he's going to extend all the way. The shot out, no connection, and he almost gets traded. Ye sticking around, but as that timer ticks and players could come into link, he's just going to have to fall back. It's understandable. close to finding the opening duel, but ultimately, Tom, when you look elsewhere, if he goes down, this round's practically over. Got Stingers and Spectres, pistols. Sure, there's a chance for them, but you want Ye to stay alive and to keep having these opportunities to take duels.
So Cass is trying to throw in a fake, but they're pushing him. They're pushing him. He's going to get the information and the spam through, but the flash leaves him blind. Even still there, they're going to make their move in towards the speed site instead. The whole team going through. Finesse has been able to find one through the smoke, and Crashies at the back of the site has been hard to beat. Even still though, the IGL is stepping up! What is that from Finesse? He still has a teammate at the back of the site as well, and now the rotation's coming through. Finesse has done enough.
Bow call even came in. You saw the shock dart trying to hunt Demasig down. Now the last man alive, and not for much longer. 3 players peeking, and it's Ye. A headhunter wall bang to the head as well.
Bro!
12 found at last. This was the round.
Why would he do that?
Optic finding success. And sure, Liquid have got the economy to fall back on. Economy in favor of Optic. They need one defense forward in this scenario in the previous map, and they closed it out right away.
They have no fucking info. The players
29 kills for Ye. Finesse having probably the 3 most impactful kills in this game so far, and by the looks of it, might be a little bit of aggression coming out from Yumpy, just looking for that initial fight. Ult in favor firmly with Optic, and already they're going to take down Demasig. This was not the start they were looking for. In fact, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury out. Soulcast needs to survive this, and he won't. This is the beginning of
What?
So much damage just done off that Hunter's Fury.
GG,
and now
bro.
Naviru and Yumpy 2v5 to keep them in the upper bracket.
Team Liquid put up one hell of a fight on the way back in, but Optic have looked so good on these last 2 maps. Sure, they maybe lost the rhythm for a little bit, but here and now, the man of Ye, he'll be caught, but Victor won't. Always ready to trade. Every advantage closed out on, and Optic win this one with back-to-back 13-8s. They're moving on and besting the EMEA team for the first time.
Yeah, and another curse.
Why single-handedly Ye carry, bro?
They did it. They weren't very good at being EMEA teams. Well, you know what?
Single-handedly
they did it as
Ye
well.
carry.
A champion over in Iceland. They're on the podium as well over in Copenhagen, the most consistent team this year. And they're not going to be toppled by Liquid this time around. An impressive showing from a team that are gunning for another title. The fact is, though, Liquid have proven that you really don't want to match up against them in that lower bracket. They fought fiercely, especially in this second half. They started to make me believe.
Come on, let's go.
And I'll be honest, at the halftime, I was saying this was done.
Yeah, मैं next वाला watch party
They finished this game with 30 kills, and the next closest on the server was 17. Victor was the one with that. I mean, this
Bro,
guy
I swear,
hit another level. That first half
Team
was
Liquid
phenomenal,
favorites
and the
थी
second half
इस
was
मैच
still
में
better than most players could
crowd
ever
favorite
hope
भी
for. Some clutches like this from
ये तो
Victor.
domination थी
Mind
humiliation
games
थी ये
being
तो
played. They didn't just beat them
That's
up
right.
in here and sending Ye to decimate on an individual level. They outclassed Liquid in so many of these rounds, showing us some of the tightest Valorant gameplay we've seen to date. What a pleasure it is to watch Optic Gaming in action.
We're not going to the desk just yet, but when we do, I do have a question for Achilles at least. Do you still want Ye to play Jet? That's the question I have, because after this performance, I don't know if I ever want to see him on Jet ever again.
अरे ये Jet नहीं ये Jet नहीं खेल पाएगा Chamber main है वो.
He just didn't miss. 2-1.
I don't think so. Jet is made for Ye, but Chamber
putting out the fist
absolutely.
bumps. And there'll be celebrations tonight as they have bested an EMEA in the series. Before, they had 1 map against this region and 10 losses. And now,
ये रहा coach, Indian coach जो बोल रहे
sorry
थे.
to cut you off, but going into their next matchup, they'll either finally play Fnatic, or they'll play XSET and we'll get a battle of their name. The storylines are just writing themselves at this point. Either we get probably the big bosses of EMEA, at least in the hopes of many of EMEA fans, or we get them facing off against XSET once again. It'll be one hell of a game, but honestly, they deserve that victory today, showing they're a contender once more, and wow, who's ever going to doubt them at this point?
There's no way that you can. This team has proven themselves time and time again.
Fnatic का मैच है next, हाँ पता है मुझे.
They've done well.
कितनी देर में?
They've done
आधे
better
घंटे
than I
बाद.
think most people have expected so far. But in this series up against Optic, they didn't compare. They didn't match up.
They made Phoenix work on Breeze. They made Phoenix work on Breeze. That's all you need to say about this series. They are bringing back an agent from the dead. Like, that is also one of his abilities, which works perfectly. So it didn't work on Ascent today, unfortunately, but I don't necessarily think that was just down to Scream. I think we just
एक गेम हो जाएगा क्या?
classic
क्या बोलते
game.
हो? एक गेम हो जाएगा? हाँ? पैस की आँख, फुल एकदम हाँ. ये जैसी ओपिंग देखनी है तुम्हें? ये जैसी ओपिंग देखनी है? Let's freaking go. चेंबर खेलो एक मैच. यार चेंबर नहीं खेल पाता यार, मत बोलो यार. चेंबर NHK ब्रो, बेटा तुमसे ना हो पाएगा. ठीक है भाई, अभी दिखाता हूँ. तुम्हें पता है क्या, ऐसे तुम कंपेटिटिव मैचेस और ये सब हाइलाइट्स देख के तुम मैच में आते हो ना, वो तुम्हारे अंदर यार. ये देखो यार कितना हारा मैं आज यार. 32 मारे एस्ट्रा लेके. इसको देखो यार, 8 किल यार. कैसे जीतूंगा मैं? इमोर्टल 1 था मैं, स्कांडे 1 होने वाला हूँ. बहुफड़ी का T1.
Match found.
चेंबर प्रैक्टिस तो कर. करूंगा. द फक एसेंट आया यार, क्या बोलते हो गाइस? हाँ, जेट इंस्टॉल लॉक.
Let's go.
बचते हैं चैट में. ऑप्टिक FTW. थोड़ा चैट में बचते हैं. ये मॉन्स्टर की स्पेलिंग क्या होती है? भाई ये बैन हुआ बात करने से, तो ये साला होगा वो थ्रोअर. ऐसा भी होता है क्या? तुम्हारा वॉइस कॉम से बैन हो जाता है? वॉइस चैट का इशू है आज. लॉल. हाँ क्या? तेरा भी कॉम्स बैन है, कुछ भी मतलब. हाँ, आज वॉइस चैट नहीं चल रहा किसी का. हाँ, सबका कॉम्स गया है आज. ऐसा है? गाइस कैन यू हियर मी? द 3 2 1 2 3 1 2. अंडी बंडी कोई कुछ बोलेगा? अंडी बंडी अब भी बता रहा हूँ, थोड़ा कैम को रेस्ट देना है. 10 घंटे से स्ट्रीम हो रही है. कैम गाली दे रहा था मुझे. हाँ, ये चेंबर इन अपोनेंट. अबे वो के है, क्या पता ये का भाई हो, पूछूंगा. मेरा भी नहीं चल रहा क्या सही में क्या? और ये वाला बग भी मैंने देखा है भाई, ये एक दो एपिसोड कह रहा हूँ, एक्ट पहले से, एक एक्ट या 2 एक्ट पहले से, कि तुम्हारी लोडिंग स्क्रीन में बहुत टाइम लगता है। किसी का डिस्कनेक्ट ना भी हो तब भी। क्या बोलते हो? ये सांस लेने की आवाज आ रही, तो सांस तो भाई मैं इंसान हूं यार। हाँ क्या सोच रहे हो, डॉल्फिन हूं? डॉल्फिन नहीं, वो कौन है जो 1 मिनट में से 2-3 बार सांस लेता है? कोई तो जानवर है।
No one die on me. We're all going home. Reloading.
Guys, hello. भाई come back.
Enemy spotted B.
Nope.
ऐसे कॉल देनी पड़ेगी भाई, ऐसे।
Pick them off.
भाई
Right here.
Someone's in defender's spawn.
Last player standing.
Gunner.
भाई
Spike planted.
Now we're cooking. Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down. Together.
बच गए भैया जी, बच गए। भाई कॉम्स क्यों डिसेबल है यार? ऐसे कैसे खेलेंगे? क्या किसी को बुलाता हूँ यार? हैं? अबे डुओ कर सकते हैं ना? डुओ में एटलीस्ट कॉम्स तो होंगे। किसको बुलाओ? पैचो, हाँ? स्काउट को बुलाओ। डुओ में एटलीस्ट कॉम्स तो होंगे। कोई है ही नहीं। हाइड्रा को बुलाता हूँ। Voice chat is currently disabled while we investigate an issue. Very realistic, bro. Very realistic. यार मेरे को ये शरीफ अच्छी लगती है, पता नहीं क्यों।
Routine inspections required. Thank you for your compliance.
गाइस रेलू क्या?
Effective. Dispatched. Valid exchange.
बहुत महंगी है। मैं नहीं ले रहा। बहुत महंगी। 500 रुपए का कुछ था नहीं क्या?
Match found.
रीस्टार्ट करो। नहीं, रीस्टार्ट करने से कुछ नहीं यार, वो कॉम सी है जो ऐसी है।
Let's go.
ब्रिम कौन लेता है? एस्ट्रा फिर भी अच्छी है पर्ल में। स्पैम करो, क्या स्पैम करे? मारिया वदाना, व्हाट इज दिस बिहेवियर ब्रो? हाउ डू यू रीमेक? ऑल चैट पे बैकस्लैश रीमेक लिखने का, और वो सिर्फ सेकंड राउंड में हो सकता है रीमेक इफ योर प्लेयर इज डिस्कनेक्टेड। अगर वो पहले राउंड कनेक्ट होकर डिस्कनेक्ट हुए तब नहीं कर सकते रीमेक, या कर सकते हैं? कर सकते तब भी कर सकते हैं। अगर सेकंड राउंड स्टार्ट होने से पहले वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाए तो रीमेक कर सकते हैं, और सेकंड राउंड खत्म हुआ तब रीमेक नहीं कर सकते। / रीमेक नहीं गाइस, / रीमेक। यार जल्दी करो यार, एक नेक्स्ट वाला भी वो करेंगे अपन, भोजपौड़ी करेंगे। एक तो मैं इससे परेशान हूँ यार, साला 10 घंटे लगाता है लोडिंग स्क्रीन में, इसकी अम्मी की डिंग डिंग। खराब लगा लिक्विड के लिए, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, लिक्विड इज इन लोअर ब्रैकेट्स, वहाँ पे चांस है उनका। हाँ क्या ब्रांड है रे, मतलब क्या लिख रहे हो? सुट्टा कोई सुट्टा क्या होता है मुझे ये भी नहीं पता। You got a free your arms, ऐसे Yo, what the fuck?
Don't worry, everyone. I won't tell.
2 player disconnected. Okay.
Going B.
Going A.
Going C.
Going B. Cutting through.
Going A.
हाँ जी लैग, भैया जी लैग हो रहा है भैया जी। बहुत ही गंदा खेलते हो आप भैया जी। मेरे 2 फ्री किल है यार, साला फ्री किल लेने चले गया। भैया जी
That wasn't terrible.
आ गया, वापस आ गया। नहीं यही करते रहे हम, हाँ? यही करते रहे हम, रीमेक यही करते रहे पूरा दिन। हाँ अब बवासीरी है यार। इन गेम माइक नहीं काम कर रहा है, ये देखो ना ऊपर, दिख नहीं रहा तुम्हें? वो तुम्हें नहीं दिख रहा, ये देखो। वॉइस चैट अनअवेलेबल, वॉइस चैट इज करंटली डिसेबल्ड व्हाइल वी इन्वेस्टिगेट एन इशू। इन्वेस्टिगेट एन इशू ऐसे कर रहे जैसे बहस किया, किसी ने कुछ क्या क्राइम कर दिया हो। हाँ वॉइस चैट में आमसी पीछे कर दियो, यही करते रहे।
मैच फाउंड।
कंटिन्यू वॉच पार्टी करूंगा, मैच तो Optic FTW. Bing Saskande. अन्ना लेट लाइट आने वाले हैं. नहीं अन्ना ने बोला तो था. का वैलोरेंट चल ही नहीं रहा इधर. हाँ क्या एक बार फाइनल्स तो लिक्विड भी डिजर्व करती है. वो तो है. थैंक गॉड ब्रो. Hello. Going B करता हूँ.
Going B.
भाई AF क्या है बंदे भाई.
I have the spike.
Where are you?
Nice. I planted.
Drop a dude to city.
Toxin screen down.
अरे बहन चोद.
Miss me. One enemy remaining.
This is everything I wanted.
Well played. No comms.
Let's blow them over.
भाई विदाउट कॉम्स के कैसे खेलेंगे यार. बाय लिख रहा है वो. बाय.
Pick them off.
Play for picks.
Here. There.
Marked one. Copy killed.
Here.
पोस्टडी वाले ने देखा मुझे.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy defender spawn. Survivors rest. Our sweetheart.
Oi!
That Reyna is not as fearless as she appears.
Gun here.
Fall back.
भाई कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ना, शांत शांत. Just another day in Mumbai server.
You better run, Sifa. I have this fight.
Shutting them down.
Blocking sight. Plant the spike.
अरे hello.
Planted. Don't get in my way.
यार that is a very spammable position Viper. अरे बाबा क्या कर रहा है Viper? ये क्या कर रहे हैं भैया जी? ये फेड क्या कर रही थी?
Keep fighting. Rest is overrated. Here.
अरे मिड.
I have the spike.
Here.
There.
Going B.
Reloading.
Suppressing.
The hunt begins.
Flashbang.
Getting sight. Blocking sight.
अरे यार.
Spike down B. Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
शूटिया बनाया यार. शूटिया. जो इतना सब कुछ लिखा.
Spike down A. Reloading.
भाई इतनी कॉल दी मैंने.
Last player standing.
Press on it.
I am
One dream ends, another begins.
भाई इतनी कॉल दे रहा हूँ भाई. टटी है का ये. को पुशे.
Going A.
अरे रेना आना रे.
Keep up. Watch this. Cutting their vision. Here. Take them. Bring them down.
Nowhere to run.
यूसी करी भाई.
Blocking sight.
They will cover.
हाँ यहीं चिपक जाओ ना सारे.
I need a reset.
Last player
ए,
standing.
भाई सर पे मारा है माँ कसम. सर पे.
They're nothing but flies. Here. Reloading.
You want to play? Let's play.
Stay down.
I have the spike.
माँ कसम में चूतिया बनाया.
See ya. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spike planted.
Attack when they're suppressed. I got their options. They make mistakes. Need a drop.
चूतिया बनाया मुझे लगा. यार हॉल्स में इजी पिक है यार वैसे तो.
Knife deployed. Spike retrieved. Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Can you push B please?
Enemy spotted B. Plant the spike.
There.
Here.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
Never hoped my turn.
Catch your breath.
There.
Not that I need to, of course.
Anyone feeling generous? They shake your
सोबा का 2 बार मारा मैंने 2 बार. भाई एकदम ये की तरह ऑप कर रहा हूँ ना गाइस मैं. क्या बोलते हो?
Welcome to my world. I have the spike.
Peek me, please. Peek me. Anyone can peek me. चेंबर ए पे अबे चेंबर भी तो यहीं था.
One enemy remaining.
अबे भाई वॉल के बाजू में बैठा है यहाँ पे.
Hesitation is for M. Need a drop. Let's go.
Thank you. I have extra money if anyone needs. I have extra money if anyone needs.
भाई डिफेंस साइड कैसे खेलेंगे बैन चुप. हाँ ना कॉम्प्स ना कुछ. ठीक है भाई ठीक है.
Here. Poison's gone.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
क्या कर क्या रहे हैं वहाँ पे.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
चेंबर ऑफ करेगा बे. चेंबर ऑफ करेगा. मुझे लग रहा है वो ए पे ऑफ करेगा. तो मैं बी पे वाइट पिक लूंगा क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है रेना यहाँ से पुश कर सकता है. हाँ रीड देखोगे. देखो रीड तो है बाडू भाई. कुछ भी बोलो यार. हाँ रीड तो है.
Who's next?
Nowhere to run! Bring them down. They're blind with fear. Bring them down.
बच गया.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
ये हक दिया. अरे बंदे फ्लेयर. तूने थ्रो किया है
राउंड before the switch.
भाई मुझे लगा अकेला बंदा होगा सो वहाँ पे मैं घुस के मारूंगा. I'm feeling with the op yo.
Here. Let's go.
There.
Here.
You want to play? Let's play.
They're suppressed.
Here.
हटो हटो हटो.
There. Enemy mid.
Flashbang.
Lock in sight.
Spike planted. Nightmare Jackson! Marked one.
नहीं थ्रो करो. घुस के थ्रो करो. जाओ सारे जाओ.
One enemy remaining.
Did I get inside your head? Weapon here.
Switching sides.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist, and it all becomes dark.
अलग खेलता हूँ मैं मिड कोई देख नहीं रहा मिड एंड एल्बो मैं संभालूंगा मैं
Going B. Here.
Enemy spotted. Spike down A.
Bye. Yikes.
Player standing.
Excuse me.
One enemy remaining.
अरे
Shutting them down.
Spike planted.
They're suppressed.
भैया जी दो मारे भैया जी मैंने
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
Here. Here. Here.
Suppressing.
There.
There.
Raffle dude. Raffle.
One down.
Raffle dude.
Spike planted.
Enemy A.
अरे रे बाबा
I'll find you.
Enemy suppressed.
साइड पे शॉट बेटे शॉट
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
behind you लाइन अप पे था साला
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
तेरा भाई अब जो पीक करने वाला है ना नेक्स्ट लेवल पीक है भाई यार इको करना था यार मुझे ऑफ से मारता मैं अरे क्या टट्टी स्प्रे इस मैप का यार इस गेम का मेरे को नहीं खेलना मैच गंदा स्प्रे गंदा एकदम 2 नंबर स्प्रे
Adaptations expended.
They're just batteries. I may need a recharge.
ऑफ करेगा तेरे पास इको जा रहा है इको मैच स्टार्ट हो गया अभी क्या करूं यार रैंक मैप है मेरा अरे कोई टाइटल चेंज करेगा क्या हाँ मैं ही करूंगा
You want to play? Let's play.
I got one coming in hall.
Fall back. Fall back.
Who's next?
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
One enemy remaining.
Kill.
Flash.
हैकर तेरा भाई हैकर
Thank you.
हैकर तेरा भाई हैकर
Next time we'll use wooden sticks. It's fair.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Night night.
Knife deployed.
Target sighted A. चेंबर ने ए पे टीपी मारा था मेरे को यहीं पे खेलना पड़ेगा
No charges left.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
There. Flash.
30 seconds left.
Knife deployed. Enemy
If you lose focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
Need a drop. Thank you.
तेरा भाई पिक्स तो ला रहा है यार कितना इजी शॉट मिस करा मैं
Careful here.
Let's move here.
Nightmare, take them. Mark 3.
Enemy spotted B.
यार fuck!
No charges. We'll catch them. Where are you? There. Last player standing.
Bro, fade.
Spike planted.
Stupid bench. अरे रे कैसे?
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
I'm gonna save. What's this? Give me those back.
Rain is gone.
One enemy remaining.
Raffle, dude.
Thrifty.
Raffle, dude.
Next time we'll use wooden sticks. Make it fair. Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun. Whichever.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
What a play by the one and only.
Yikes. One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Lamau, dude. What a play by the one and only, bro.
Adi, again. Their fear is a trap and a trap.
असली और तो आप बढ़ पाए हाँ ना कहीं भी जाके बैठ जाता तेरा भाई हाँ need backup need backup
On my way. On my way. Here. Here.
On my mark.
माँ कसम ये रेना की वजह से मरा हूँ कसम से रेना की वजह से मरा हूँ मैं जंप भी नहीं कर पाया ढंग से
Begins. 86. Flashbang.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't get in my way.
Excuse me. वो जो अल्ट मारी वो तो अच्छी थी कहाँ
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
Fall back. Fall back. This is gonna be fun. Bring them down.
Oh damn it!
Flash.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted.
Shutting them down. They're suppressed.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Top mid. Gun do Rena. Gun do.
Match point.
Stamp out their last breath.
Without comms कैसे जीत रहे हैं बाबा.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blocking sight.
Spike planted.
Poison's gone.
Knife deployed.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
This is nothing.
Raffle, dude.
Was that important?
GG. 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 टीम MVP बेटे 7 फर्स्ट ब्लड टीम MVP. हाँ ये हारा पिछला साला कांडे बन गया हार गया बे 7-15 लमाओ ड्यूड योर स्कोर ब्रो. हाँ मेरे से बोल रहा है लमाओ ड्यूड योर लास्ट मैप स्कोर so bad. I just won with an MVP. Easy. मैच हो गया क्या? मैच लगा हो गया क्या? ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है.
The crowd getting behind Fnatic right now, certainly giving them energy.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
That's also like a perfectly good indicator of what we were talking about, where Alfear's job is just to go. It doesn't matter if there's a nade at your feet. Your job is to go in and get a kill, and he delivers for Fnatic in that round.
यार टाइटल चेंज करनी है यार. टाइटल चेंज कर रहा हूं मैं.
To set up Cry here on this angle, it's going to be the head-to-head again.
He's gone further up than he has before.
Trailblazer out. He's going to swing with it.
And he lands a shot through the smoke.
Cryo with the win over Durka. He is certainly stepping up. Fnatic has to find an answer for this guy immediately.
The thing is, Paul, I think every team that goes up against XSET knows that. That's not a surprise. You have to deal with Cryo, but when you know what's coming and you still get hit in the mouth, what do you do?
अरे कर दिया क्या? XSET versus Fnatic हो गया क्या?
Spike still all the way back. Right by Fnatic spawn.
Raffle, dude.
And at this point here, Fnatic have some money, but not a lot.
Yeah, they've been ripped apart.
Yeah.
And Alfear has already picked up the op, so.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
30 seconds left. Cryo might peek into that. That might open up the round.
Feeling a little froggy, perhaps.
Froggy, huh?
Cryo on the crouch. It's like watching a game of chicken, you know? Who's gonna peek first?
Bhai XSET जीत रही है बे. Shit. बोल दिया.
Really just kind of removes the chicken element from the game.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Pitch black.
We'll see how much longer they
Come on, they have to fight. Come on, man.
Do it for the people.
New poll,
Do it for the
new
crowd.
Cryo's gonna swing after time ends. Watch.
5 seconds left in the round. Again, the spike was never picked up. Cryo.
Do it.
Nothing.
Wow. This is...
It's indiscipline out of the young buck.
So many rounds where Fnatic, I mean, they lose the advantage immediately. They get slapped back immediately.
Need a drop.
And they have to decide early to save. That's what, 3 rounds now?
Yeah, I think so.
It's ridiculous. 2 guns, they should be able to get some in this.
अरे ये तो 10 साल का लग रहा है भाई.
The firepower is still to
बच्चा है तो.
Not getting fully reset, but a lot of light armor bought.
Well, Cryo's 13-1.
Yeah. Like I said, they have to find a solution to him. And XSET's doing a great job moving him around the map. Look, he's going to peek Art this time.
I mean, do you find a solution for Cryo, or do you just try to mitigate the damage?
What a good haunt there. They just cleared out all of middle. And they
उसको
already
बीमारी
started
है हाँ क्या
rotating
मेरे
preemptively
को नहीं
towards
पता था
A
यार.
with the non-information. And that was actually the right read, even though they don't really have much over towards B. I think they're realizing Fnatic is going to have to just stop doing what they're doing up at the top of B lane.
I wonder if they fully commit to a flank or just check mid and then rotate back. It seems like they want to creep forward.
Wow, they're relying fully on that trademark over at B. With no information. The
Medical issue के बाद professional plays, dude. Hats off to that guy. मेरे को पता नहीं था bro. Sorry.
As the spike still over by A.
Boasters just joined Alpha Air. They're going to challenge Cryo again. He's always in the right spots. And he's moving away with the time as it is, knowing they have to commit soon. Here the stars down.
9, Alpha 9.
Cryo holds, the angle holds. The challenge. And Alpha Air falls.
There's no entry. There's just no entry. They're still stuck behind the main choke point here at A. There's no entry.
How do you go when your go button is gone?
Oh, the knife exploded.
Second, tempted, wanting to swing, but trust his teammates to hold the line at least for now.
It's another round.
Yeah.
The same situation. Fnatic out of time. And out of players. I mean, wow. XSET are destroying them. And again, the read from Def, so good. They made a call to stack B almost instantly at the beginning of this round. And then Cryo as well to hold his nerve and stay there while the execute was happening over through that choke point to take the 2v1.
Oh. कौन है वो?
I mean, he's got to be thinking this is way too easy right now.
Hey, he might be one of 6 people smiling in this venue right now.
भाई बिलाल सही लग रहा है पूरा.
For as much as
रंजन मच्छी ये चिरा ये 12 साल. भाई 12 साल कोच है बे.
Commentators, you could hear a pin drop. As Fnatic just feel flat.
Right back to the same old. I mean, they're even running out of ideas here. And Boasters leading the charge. Ooh.
Different idea. Zekin tried getting something done there. Gets tagged up pretty heavily. Op back in the hands.
No, he goes actually to the lower HP player.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you're right.
Cryo gives it up.
Little sleight of hand. Juke me out. Durka a second longer and he would have had that angle. Death using the ult. Once again, the go button is neutered, but this time Cryo not able to find anything. Alpha, knob shot buzzing right by his head. Still patient, you see how meticulously they try to move forward as they deal with the incessant crash and whine and soar of every bit of utility.
Let's go!
Find an opening.
Finally, a clean round here from Fnatic. Doesn't go down to the wire. And you can see, I mean, the light armor strat still being invested here. And the fact that they're getting these weapons round after round, they still have staying power. I know XSET is destroying them on the scoreline right now. But every single one of these rounds, XSET has to not let up off the gas.
And oddly enough, it almost feels like Fnatic have to let off the gas, right? Like, think about this round in relation to all the other ones. It was Alpha go fast. Yeah. This time it was a bit more cautious, and yes, they were trying to deal with Def's ult, but it was a bit more metered, and perhaps so instead he does win the race for this composition.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, go fast hasn't worked.
2 on the board now.
Lag हो रहा बीच में नहीं तो?
I did think there was an element there of XSET. You know, the Bogdan's Law that occurred, a bunch of different things, where Cryo speaking with the Vandal instead. They gave up their main advantage, right?
Yeah. And Zekken was very weak, yeah.
They're going to push back up that B lane. Same idea here from Boaster, calling this B push once again.
This might be a little different from XSET though. Look at Zekken, he's far up with Cryo, and they want to challenge aggressively. They want to deny the space! And this time the duel goes in favor of Alphier.
It really has been Cryo leading the charge instead of Zekken, and that hasn't been the case in the group stage. Zekken was the guy who was leading the charge, actually had the highest. It's a cacophony of utility. And this time, their information goes silent once again.
Sound right? The fuck?
See the pings through XSET still healthy here. They still have Cryo with the operator. Hasn't taken a lick of damage yet. And that's normally, that's normally the cue. It's seldom a bluff! And XSET read it well.
Down B. 30 seconds left.
Enzo with the spike out of reach. Not able to find anything. XSET get to 8.
Dude, you have to be wondering right now, where's the follow-up utility there for Alphier, right? Because so often, he's going in ultimately dry. Yes, he's going through his fast lane, but there's no flash for him.
There's no gravity wall to pull Cryo off of that angle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice
just
shot,
all the way thought out, and wow. We're at an 8-2 scoreline. And Fnatic is using their second timeout. Only 2 in regulation. And it's already gone. You've got to calm the nerves here.
ये क्या है बे? Audio stream current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. हाँ जी?
Yes, this is XSET's map pick, but man, they look good on it. While, as we've been saying, the Fnatic have really had no answers to the defenses of XSET. You mentioned how well the North American stifle all of what Fnatic want to do, and man, it's just kept them in fits. A 16-3 performance out of Cryo so far. We're not even at halftime.
Love to the Turkish teams, the Turkish orgs out here. Obviously. Thank goodness we have Alpha here at least for them to support.
You wonder, burning that second time out in the first half, what the conversations, what the comms are like for Mini as he tries to gather his team and settle the situation. Not a single member on the side of Fnatic positive.
That's hurting. For sure. Dirk as well. I mean, we've seen him have success a little bit against Cryo, but for the most part, he's not able to find anything on these attack sides.
This was a really cool idea off the flash from Mystic to try to get Alphier some space to challenge Dart with Dirk, but again, nothing there. And now Cryo can reassess on the angle.
Dude. Again, the read from Def. Look, they're stacked mostly over towards A, just playing full retake, but they don't even have the trademark this time.
BCJ was so good when we saw him play last.
Against FPX. Yeah. A monster he was.
And he's in a position to deliver for XSET yet again. This time the gravity well used, and Durka has to give this chase up. And Zekken actually falls. Alfear is going to get traded back out. It's a 4v4 here. The spike just now making its way into Art. You see XSET rotating through spawn.
Very realistic.
Not going to be too impactful here with the smoke going down.
And Def's knife there just yanked the rotations back from XSET towards A. That's exactly where Fnatic are headed. Yeah, they found some space to work with. They've worked their way forward. And they're going to manage to get the spike down. The Prowler to try to find a little bit of something. But nothing doing yet. No ultimates on side of XSET either.
Got a good setup here. Mystic still has his flash. It's a double swing here with Enzo.
Oh, Aaron finds gorgeous timing. Yeah, Enzo trades him out, but Durka's done. Def now starting to work his way forward. Finds one onto Mystic. As Enzo still huddled back.
Got to save time here for Boaster on the arch flank.
Are they expecting him? Yeah, they are. It's Cryo with the op. You mentioned the flank, and that finds nothing either. XSET can do no wrong right now.
And the call again to just fully stack. They've downloaded the playbook from Fnatic, and it doesn't look very long.
Def is having himself a masterclass performance right now. And that's, again, one of those performances you may not see it on the stats, right? That doesn't reflect there, but the way he is reading Fnatic right now is gorgeous. Speaking of which, he has that ultimate online. Cryo's his too. Last round of the half.
Boaster with his Cosmic Divide. Usually you want to end up towards B because it just gives you so much value in getting that spike down and playing for the post plant. But XSET's been comfortable with that. Again, Trailblazer used to get them in the position. Cryo almost used that angle.
He almost hit the shot too.
To cut off Durka's hair.
Because he's bald, I get it.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
I love that you're using his ult, using his wall, using his relay bolts, and everything else at his disposal. And the truth is, yeah, they've gotten into long, but only halfway there.
You want to fight it?
Oh, a fake thrown from Boaster.
And do they bite?
They don't have information on the other side of this wall, so Second is getting there.
And it's just Second. Cryo falls. Durka finding space.
He's the push down alley, and Def is here alone.
And does Def dare challenge? Does Def dare peek? Alpha this time finding a different approach. The shots were a little messy at first, but they land onto the leader from XSET. Enzo getting the spike down. 2v4 here in favor of Fnatic, as they have finally been able to convert some traction into action, into an advantage here in this 12th round, and it's just gone from bad to worse for XSET. Can Second pull off some sort of miracle? No, he cannot. Durka with 3, along with Fnatic.
XSET might have taken the energy out of this room, but Fnatic need to find a way to challenge the channel the passion of this home crowd advantage, because it's a long way back. Down 9-3.
What a shot, bro.
And Cryo wanted that pixel peek too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Nice little pop off too.
Yeah, he's angry.
Sit down, bitch, bola be. Sit down, bitch.
Fnatic have tried to make something work, and they've just run into a wall time and time again. Let's throw it down to the desk, see what they think. Chrissy?
It's been a massive first
half for
XSET. Looking a little shaky so far from Fnatic, but is there cause for concern just yet?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying yes immediately. I mean, part of the reason should be concerned because Cryo is just cool, calm, and collected under pressure. This guy seems just unaffected by the global stage, unaffected by the crowd as well that's out here cheering against his team. He's putting up absolute monster numbers currently, and you can see the crowd was all ears, right? All ears whatsoever, but every single time XSET had a pivotal round in the bonus round, in the round 5 retake as well, XSET are not letting it affect them at all. These guys are playing like they're, you know, they're playing out of their kitchen in Austin. You know, like we were watching from these guys that are playing in the online tournaments.
And it's just with every single round victory going through for the side of XSET, it's a silenced audience.
Yeah.
They're doing their damnedest to try to really encourage the Fnatic players to find.
What is he doing?
Scrape by 3, but I mean, look how.
Hey, Bilal
chilling. Like he is just chilling out behind the desk. He's like, I don't even need to do anything because Cryo is taking over the game. This guy, we just watched Ye put on an absolute clinic in that last map, in our first series of the day, and Cryo is looking to replicate it. 17-4.
I think he's looking to do more than replicate it. I'm wondering, is his back hurting from carrying XSET just through that first half of the map?
Nah, he's ripped. He's prepared to carry him for 3 maps if he needs to.
Absolute field day performance from him, though. And a big part of it is that, you know, Fnatic, I think, of getting a little bit, you know, overheat moments here and there, not really clearing him off those corners, being a bit, you know, times scared, I think, as well, playing in this matchup. You got to play with that confidence that we know that Fnatic have.
Absolutely. Well, let's get this second half underway. Let's see if Fnatic can pull something out in this second half. Otherwise, we're on to map 2. Doug, Bala, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. There's concern across the venue as the bag of tricks for Fnatic is just very shallow. Right, like they weren't able to find any traction in the first half. Maybe they do something here, but where does it go?
Yeah, I do think that when we watched that first series for Fnatic on Pearl, they had a lot more on defense, right? They were a lot more aggressive with their stars. And you might see it right off the bat here for Fnatic. Alphair, Boaster, they're all posted up at A.
Yeah, I can't tell who the other one is either. Mystic?
Yeah, it has to be Mystic.
Yeah.
Full battle.
Excuse me, Fnatic. That was a nice.
As Mystic gets the first
push.
That's the type of thing they're going to have to utilize to their advantage. Leverage that aggressiveness that they can throw out at any point. Keep Def guessing.
Well, and the thing is, it funnels them into Durka, right? Which is a brutal place to be in. Those two headhunter shots going a bit wide. The spam through, he still has the safety of his rendezvous, and it feels like we've seen this before. The fast lane, Durka has to give the space up. His backside is lost. His B is lost.
They've got the flank. Oh, Cryo with the flank!
Oh, the timing!
No!
Oh, and it's devastating. A 9-3 half already. And it seems to be getting worse. Oh yeah, Fnatic can find no answers. Perhaps the answer's Durka. Oh, and Zekin on the swing. Durka with the kill. And the second he gets it, 3 on the round for him, and Aaron extinguishes the fire. Now it's a 1v1. Astra v Astra. Aaron on the swing. Boaster on the tap. He's going to get it to half. And he swings. The second there. Aaron challenged. Does he take the challenge? Does he take the call? And Boaster gets it. A couple shots inside of the head and the defuse. As Fnatic get the pistol.
Saves the snowball from happening. Saves the avalanche from XSET. Boaster and Durka with the 2v4.
I thought for sure he wasn't going to get the second. Or the first, excuse me, the second incredulous.
Just disgusting. And he was neutralized in this one.
Yeah.
Immediately already
Team
forced to
Finger
rotate
of
at the beginning
Legends
of the
never
round.
die.
Put off sight for them to plan.
Heavy pressure again towards A, and there are full Stingers, there are full Spectres on the side of XSET.
Full force.
I mean, they had 4 kills, they got the spike down, so sure.
We did see these executes be very strong for them against FPX. Flash set up into Art. What a fast lane out from Zekin over top of the wall.
And that's who you're expecting to find some value for XSET on the attacking side, as Cryo has to cover the flank and make sure there's no one coming around. Def is already fallen, Mystic on a cheeky little angle, and he gets 2. I mean, the spike is forward, but Aaron's in no man's land. He's got way too much to deal with. And it's a prime gaming flawless for Fnatic.
The beginnings of something here for Fnatic. And XSET's gonna force Stingers again. This one's more of a light buy, not a full investment. Fnatic will have to deal with it again. They did a great job this time. They knew XSET want to dive those smokes, want to get up close. And they handled it beautifully.
They're gonna buy half.
This time the approach from XSET's going to be on the other side of the map. Maybe to push in this double door, maybe to head off towards Alphair and Enzo.
Knife to make sure that Durka's not playing up aggressive. No, he's further back sight.
Got a little damage on Cryo there.
Gratuitous spam through the smoke goes in his favor.
They don't have to be as thought through on this takeover towards B at the moment, given that Durka doesn't have that op online yet. But as soon as he does, you're going to need to see the same sort of dedication to clearing out all the different angles that we saw from Fnatic on the first half.
Did they clear it out? Yeah, they did. That one wallbang with the Sheriff clears out the alarm bot that was there, that was providing cover. And because of that, they have to drop the Prowler, and they have to get Alpha to swing to check Link.
He's re-cleared it now. Turkey gets the kill on the Cryo on the other side of the map too.
Remember, this was just two Spectres on the side of XSET. Enzo, the front line, as he takes a step back, retreats to the safety of the smoke, and allows safe passage, at least for now. Second putting up a wall of his own, and they haven't cleared Mystic. He's still on the other side. He's still in A main, and he's still playing into smoke, and there's nobody looking his way. Mystic has a chance to get so much done here, and he does. Another Prime Gaming flawless back-to-back for Fnatic as the crowd erupts yet again.
They're absolutely not done, already cutting the lead in half. Right in half. Only 3 rounds in. And Mystic starting to turn up as well, just like he did in their qualifying match against 100 Thieves to make it out of groups.
And what an outrageous performance he had, that man.
Invested quite a bit in those first 3 rounds after losing the pistol. So here's the first real attempt, and Fnatic full strength, all rifles, but Dirka's gone right away. They're doing a lot over towards the other side of the map though, Fnatic, so they might not necessarily be fully lost after this one. Look at the approach, Def.
भैया जी 3B push कर रहे हैं, ठीक है.
The trademark here. They're watching, dude. They're watching it.
I mean, they've read them once again, but Bolster with 2. Unlikely hero for Fnatic in that moment.
Is Enzo going to be able to creep into a good spot here at dugout? Looks like he's going to. He's full committed. Bolster cannot help him. He has 1 star. Will he give it to him?
You are divided.
The Cosmic Divide invested too. And he's actually choosing Enzo is to play on the other side of it.
To smoke into it.
Sees the swing and he gets 1, but Cryo on the trade. Bolster's done well to get them to this point, but can he push them past the finish line? Can he push them past to a 7th round? Bolster with 70 HP and no Cryo. The hero in the first half for XSET does it again.
A 19-year-old with another 1v1. He is delivering for XSET right now. And the first sign of momentum in this second half for Fnatic. Oh, they went for the aggressive push, the gamble. Def was so ready for it.
Cryo's cold, baby. I mean, barely a smirk. Four-round lead here for XSET as they try to preserve control of this first map.
And they were firmly in control, Doug.
भैया जी आपकी चिड़िया कहाँ गई?
Yeah, they've certainly let the grip slip for just a moment.
Another lineup here for Def, going in towards the alley. All the way down belong. That's going to land for Durka. Not close enough, though. He still has the angle up on top of this billboard.
On the smoke to cover. Durka once again spotted Neon through. Oh, second challenges! A bold peek from the youngster. Now XSET resorting to plan B, resorting to find some space across the middle of the map.
Resorting to Cryo leading the way through Art. There's nobody here for him to find a pick up.
Right there.
And meanwhile, Boaster's going to maintain control of A main.
The trademark keeping him back for now as he stands just on the other side of the utility.
If XSET commit through Art here, Boaster with that control in A main. Are they going to go through the pains of clearing back up where they need the space for post-plant? Mystic on top of the box.
And remember, it was Mystic who was in the smoke previously. This time he's able to clean up Cryo and push forward.
There's no way in here. With the pinch, Boaster's going to be able to come back. Aaron, though, in sewers.
He's got to go massive. He's got to go massive, and he does. He takes care of one. Boaster on the swing, creeping his way forward, and Def had no idea it was actually Mystic who cleaned him up. He's been back there this entire time.
Aaron just smoked him off, though, but it gives room for him to work.
BCJ has to find value here again, and Aaron does too. 39 HP. He tried to get aggressive into the smoke, not able to do it. Aaron still healthy, still with some utility to work with the gravity wall to pull Boaster off. Looking for the challenge, looking for the swing, and there's nobody holding the angle.
It's secret.
He might be able to slip his way through, but Aaron's not able to land the shots. Mystic with 4 and Boaster with the defuse.
The mid-round there for XSET falls apart.
RT आ जाए घूम के.
Fnatic keep it within 3. This one's going to be important. Mystic was such a good angle on top of that box. Top of the default site box.
One enemy remaining.
And he went so massive.
Showing glimpses of one of the performances that got them to this point.
Mystic silent hero है Fnatic का.
Fast round here from Ascent.
जैसे PRX का zing.
There's not the same presence from Fnatic that we saw early. And again, it's a bunch of stingers invested. Look how careful Def is with that same push that we saw into the club over on the B side of the map. Just watching it, making sure there's nobody flanking early. Now we've got about 20 seconds.
That same knife lineup that we've seen from Def a couple of times landed in the exact same spot and hit Alpha in Cubby.
So they know Alpha's not on this side of the map.
Yeah. The thing
that may make them a lot more cautious here, given Durka isn't the guy to be spotted.
But again, that knife hasn't hit him at all, so maybe, I don't know. You're getting into the mental gymnastics of it all. And Mystic foregoes the gymnastics and continues to frag.
They actually did ult here, so Def is back up, but immediately back down.
BCJ with 2 HP. They've gotten the spike down now. They have the Nightfall to work with. You've got Cryo who's going to be on the flank. Can he get the timing just right? Ezekin with nowhere to go, has to challenge, has to swing. Durka drops him. Now Cryo again on the flank that we mentioned.
What a seize.
Yeah, but is there any follow-up? BCJ overheated. Try challenging the angle, and Cryo's not able to land the shot, so the fuse comes through as Fnatic drop the lead to 2.
Ult क्यों नहीं on करी उसने? Site में मार देता वो ult से.
When it was 6, now it's 2. And that one, a lot of ults invested. And they make it a Prime Gaming flawless. All 5 players still standing. And that was even harder because they took Def down twice. Look at that haunt. Gets the kill easily. And the crowd is clearly right back up. They've woken up since that first half. So devastating.
This time it's actually Ascent.
BCJ heavy gameplay हो गया जी.
Timeout.
ये नियॉन ने अल्ट ऑन करनी थी. कौन है नियॉन? अल्फर क्या नाम है?
You mentioned the crowd having awoken.
इतना
You mentioned
short,
Fnatic having awoken.
इतना क्लोज था, 2 मार देता वो.
I mean, just listen to him.
Only 2 rounds right now.
मैं पानी लेके आया.
And remember, this timeout here for XSET that's been forced out is a chance for Fnatic to get Mini talking to them. They already used both of their timeouts in that first half because of how bad that lead was getting. So they've got to take that time wisely themselves. XSET really hasn't felt like they've had many gun rounds so far. And that's a problem given how fast that lead has shrunk.
Yeah.
This is only going to be their 2nd true gun round.
And even then, it's Ezekin likely having used his ult.
Yeah, he's got to. Only invested a sheriff here.
Yeah. You've got to hit the timing just right. Durka once again not playing up. That knife confirming he's not taking the aggressive angle, but he's still around. And look at the aggression from Fnatic across the middle of the map.
Cleared it all. Smoke up top mid too. They're easily able to rotate through the flank or alley.
Here goes. Ezekin has to find something. They've used Nightfall as well.
Durka's all the way off site.
There's nobody home.
He's just looking for that same sort of push that Alpha was doing for his team out of Zekin, but it's not coming.
Ezekin still with the ult. If he's going to find some value, he's going to have to go soon to know. Back to the Sheriff.
It might be a push in alley, actually. They're posturing for it.
Oh, they're going to have to deal with Cosmic Divide, and they're going to have to deal with Alpha Year's Wall. And how do you deal with it? You deal with it as BCJ does.
Look at the flank coming, too. Cryo has to deal with Mystic on the flank.
4v3 here. Cryo on the flash, the turn, and the shots are gorgeous. As Aaron's not able to find the same success, Boaster once again finds himself in a 1v1 and 1v2, excuse me, a clutch situation. BCJ on the peak.
That retake so slow for Fnatic to come back, and Durka gave up so much space that, again, he has to slow walk it all the way through. He was by himself. There's 3 members of Fnatic in alley. one member flanking, and Durka in spawn. Took way too long.
One enemy remaining.
There's no pressure for Cryo to have to retreat and try to help his teammates on site. He could just completely deal with the flank alone.
And did he ever? This time, a knife, and Durka pushing forward. He has not done this before.
He's using the same angle that Cryo did. The fence right here.
He's in the smoke. Do they challenge it? Surely understanding that the window possibility is there. No, Zekin walks into it and Durka drops him, gets away. What a play from Durka.
And the push from Fnatic that's gaining information and art just happened. Cryo with the chance to punish it, but he doesn't. Here's the wall out. Should try to get the plant, but there's a lot actually committed to stop it. He's just gonna go straight in. Plant super, super deep.
Is there anyone covering him? Yeah, Def holding that angle. Cryo's so far away. And he's gonna have to hurry. If the play is a flank here and get the timing right, he's gonna have to get on his horse. He's gonna have to move, and that's exactly what he's doing.
It is planted for Cryo to spam through that box in heaven. Plus the long plant as well.
What a setup. BCJ clearing it out. Moster has fallen. Oh, and Def does too. Again, you have to keep an eye on the flank, but Durka with 3. There's Cryo on the flank. Cryo gets 2, not able to land the 3rd. Aaron, outnumbered, outgunned, somehow stays alive, and Aaron gets them both! The Red Bull clutches, Aaron gets 3, XSET get to 12.
There's just no way Aaron pulls that off after what looked like he was gonna fumble those shots for sure. Aaron! The setup was perfect for XSET. What was it, a 4v5? Remember, Durka got that early kill on the Zekin.
Hey, Bramovic!
And they put themselves up on match point. But Fnatic have put themselves in a position to still make this doable. It's only 4 rounds till overtime.
But XSET find themselves mere inches from the end zone. Fnatic once again sending a 3-man flank down belonging Cryo. Waiting on the other side. Does a little bit of damage to Durka and then gives the space up. They're going to continue. They're going to hold this angle. Oh! They had no idea Cryo was there! What a ratty little setup!
And they already took control fully of mid. Look at Zekin's position. He's inside of sewers. He's under the waterfall.
Durka, they're standing right next to each other. They've walked right by each other. They have no idea that they have passed right by each other like ships in the night. Cryo missing the shots. Now Durka wise to what's behind him. And you see you see the rotation starting to come back, and they deal with him.
48 seconds, all the time in the world to pivot right now. Fnatic had a chance to really claw it this round, but now it's just left to Mystic and Enzo. Mystic, probably the most clutch member of Fnatic so far in this tournament. Enzo, the most won at Copenhagen. 2 versus 3 to save the game.
Oh, and the gamble's correct.
But they're slow. They didn't go through alley, so this is taking a lot more time.
Mystic and Enzo, you mentioned their clutch history. They find themselves on B ahead of XSET. They've gotten into backside. They've gotten into heaven. Mystic, if the timing's right, it's going to be gorgeous. And so far it is. Mystic has gotten into a 1v1. Aaron's flash to spam's just there. 41 HP. And Aaron answers the call for XSET yet again. 13-8 for XSET as they take down Fnatic on Pearl.
But boy, did that get close. That got so close. Fnatic also almost pulling off that 3 versus 2.
Whew. And again, no disrespect towards Aaron at all. That is an unlikely hero on the side of XSET to save 2 rounds for them. Because you look to Cryo, Zekin, BCJ, sometimes, perhaps, sure. Yeah. But what a performance out of Aaron there at the end.
Oh, Didi, Kalwani Didi.
What a performance out of Cryo. Just unbelievable. This XSET is night and day different from what we saw at Copenhagen. Their stars are playing well. and the supporting cast is playing well. Def, you said it, a masterclass in this game of his calls and his reads on Fnatic, at least in that first half for sure.
And remember, there was, from Copenhagen up until now, it's not like XSET were playing an LCQ or playing officials. They were in the hyperbolic time chamber, in the lab, just trying to train and become as Super Saiyan as possible. And holy smokes, it seems like they've done it.
And it's the opposite here of that first series that we saw between Optic and Team Liquid. It's NA who strikes first, and it's NA who strikes hard.
Again, 13-8 on Pro, and yeah, Fnatic made a run at it at the end. Mystic once again tried going Interstellar, but it was just too much. Aaron saves the day at the end. 13-8, map 1, it's only map 1 is in the books. We have more for you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching VCT Champs.
Fnatic throws hard time. क्या throw करा? अच्छा तो गेली. कहाँ throw करा यार? Place बनाना throw करना तो ना. They tried something. हुआ नहीं. यार नींद आ रही है मुझे. फन फॉलो रखते हैं क्या मतलब? ऑफ स्क्रीन देखते हैं सेकंड और थर्ड मैप या फिर सिर्फ सेकंड मैप. कोई भरोसा नहीं है. ऑफ स्क्रीन देखते हैं सेकंड और थर्ड मैप. मैं लेट के देखूंगा यार, सो जाऊंगा मैं. ठीक है, जल्दी उठना है कल यार, कल बहुत काम है. ठीक है बॉयज. See you tomorrow. Bye bye bye. Tane bye, AK bye, Arka bye, Farhan bye.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions. I'm Chrissy. We got Achilles and Bren here on the desk with me, and a little bit of a heartbreaker here in the Volkswagen Arena. It is very, very quiet in here after
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it made me want to speak in a whisper at the beginning of this map because there was just not a sound from the audience the entire time. But Fnatic did a reasonable job, I